Alright, how's it going tonight, everyone? Welcome. Sorry I missed you yesterday. I had some stuff going on, and I didn't remember to post anywhere that I wasn't streaming. But, you know, whatever, it happens. But tonight, we're going to dust off Talkatoo, because I really need to learn how these list header things work for, GTK 4. Oh, just G-list and all that stuff. And the easiest way to do that is going to be Talkatoo. Because what we want to do is we want to use these list headers with messages and stuff so we can control the way that messages get displayed, do auto red lines, auto date line changes, stuff like that, all that stuff, right? So Talkatoo is going to be the easiest way to do this outside of Pidgin. So we're going to dust it off, and we're going to get right into it, except I got to get Slater here in a few seconds, but that's alright. It's not the end of the world. He's in the basement. He decided he wanted to go right before, or after I already went live, so yeah, it happens. It's fine. But yeah, so Talkatoo, like, there's still life in Talkatoo. It still helps. It's still examples. It still works well for this stuff, right? So that is the plan. We might have to tweak this a little bit, but that's okay. And this is mostly just for demonstration and learning processes, right? So we can figure out how we're going to actually do this in Pidgin 3. And Talkatoo is much faster to iterate through, so that's the way we're going to go. But the real question is, I don't remember how Talkatoo history works. I think it's backed by a GTK list store, at least I hope it is, but if it's not, that's a problem. So we might have to adjust that, but we should have, like, write message. Yeah, and then in here we have a list box. Where the hell do we write the messages to? Oh. Ugh. Ugh. Well. Is this arguably easier? This would definitely be easier for testing purposes. Ugh. Huh. Okay, maybe we don't do this right now. Crap, I gotta get Slater in 30 seconds. Well, 22 now. Because this isn't backed by a list view. I forgot we did this way. We did this way to mock what we had in Pidgin 3, and it wasn't using a list model yet. I thought for sure this was using a list model. This complicates things entirely. Like, we could quickly go through and do all that, but at that point, what is Talkatoo saving us here? I don't know. Alright, hold on. Be right back. Alright, so this idea is dead in the water without heavy refactoring to Talkatoo. Well, not heavy. But a bit. I don't know. What do you think? Did we remove Talkatoo from review board? I think we did. I'm not positive, so let's double check that quick. If we didn't remove, like, I know we turned off the build agents, that's fine. But if it, like, it should still be in review board. And if it's still in review board, maybe I'll do some quick pull requests to do this. And then we can go from there. Like, I'm not super keen on that, but yeah, okay. It's still in review board, so that's fine. All right, so let's modernize this a bit so we can use this as a tool for this testing, right? Because like to test the red state or what messages are red and all that stuff, or more specific, to test like a new line or not a new line, a date separator thing, right? I need to be able to set the date, stuff like that. And that's something I can't easily do in Pidgin. Like I could maybe write a plugin that'll do it or something, but yeah. Maybe that makes sense though, really. I don't know. We'll see. But okay. So let's just clean this up real quick. We got a whole bunch of stuff to do here, but it's fine. So basically, Talkative history row is going to go away. Talkative history is going to become, instead of being based on GTK list box, it's going to be based on GTK list view. And then the rest will just take care of itself. Oh, it's history row. Right, so, yeah, so we can still keep this here, but, like, this is before we learned about how bindings work and stuff like that, right? So this is old. Do list view. I gotta remember how the rest of this works here. So we need to set past that. Yeah, this is basically all we need. Oh, and then we're also gonna need the model, but that's okay. GTK single selection. I forget what the hell is the links for these things. Org, I'm freedom keep. Talkative UI. historyrow.ui. Single selection. Well, we don't. We're just gonna do no selection. That's fine. Let's stay. Don't care about filters or anything. We literally just need to put an ID on this thing, and then we'll actually no, we can just do it that way. We can just say object class equals g list store ID equals list store property name equals, I think it's an item type. G list store new. That's fine. Just need to get properties. Item type. Item type. Talkative message. Yep. All right. And then for here, then we say property name equals model. And then what do we give this as an ID? List store. Or we'll say messages. Better name. More descriptive. Yep. Okay. Right. It's just. Oh, it's because. Okay. So the selection has a type of model, and then that just. Okay. Yep. All right. We don't need any signals or anything like that. That's fine. All right. So this will be kind of close to working, but not quite. Yeah. list button 46. I'm talking to history. It was right there on the screen, and I missed it. We don't need to do this. It doesn't need to be there. That should be fine. Or does it? That might need to be there because we're just a normal widget. Okay, whatever. List view. We'll just leave it. It's fine. We don't care about the list view at all, actually. Yeah, there's nothing we need to do with that. We just need messages. Messages. Yeah, so because of that, we don't need that. G list store messages. Write message equals G list store append. History messages. Message. And that should do it from this side. 89 rows not used. We got a lot more work to do, but slowly but surely we'll get there. Wait. Oh, we don't want to remove the files yet. Like we do, but we don't. There's some data we gotta get out of those. So history row.h will go away. History row.c will go away. Okay, so now we're just not gonna compile it, and that's fine. Right, but in our history UI, we need that, and then we also need history row. Actually, yeah, whatever. History row.ui. We need history row UI. This we don't care about. But we do need history row.c. Because we've got all this crazy stuff at update, which grabs all this stuff. Most of this can just go straight into everything else. What are these properties we had? Oh, we have the property for the message itself. Yeah, okay. So when we set the message, that's when we grab, we set the message and then we call update or something. Yeah, we call update and then we do the thing. So this whole thing will go away. Right, because we're going to do almost all of that via bindings here. So the avatar, well, let's start here. So the author name color, or author name and all of that. That attribute, we'll come back to that. Date, time, that's going to be a closure. I guess that's going to be a closure too, Jesus. Okay, none of this can be direct bindings, but that's okay. Well, some of it can. Right, so there's the avatar. Then property. So this shouldn't be translatable as the author. That doesn't make sense. So anyways, this should be bind name equals label. Look up. We need talk to message open too. Let's go to the C file so we look at the properties. It should just be author. Where?
At this point, I'm really just going for a record.
68 months straight. Holy cow. Thank you, Awful Waffle, for these 68 months. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. That's almost 6 years. You've been around a long time, man. Because it'll be 7 years. Oh, geez. I have to stream on Friday. Fuck. March 1st, 2017 was my first stream. I'm forgetting that I should. Oh, that. I was gonna go to the DC 414 meetup on Friday, but it sounds like I'm streaming because I forgot. But yeah, that'll be 7 years on Friday. Yikes. So yeah, you've been here since almost the beginning. Well, you could have been here from the beginning. Because, I mean, obviously I didn't start out as an affiliate. I was a day one affiliate, though. When they announced the affiliate program, I got it right away. I don't remember when that was, though. Twitch announces affiliate. That's wrong. Oh, that's for Partner Plus. So April of 2017. Yeah, so I was streaming about a month and a half, well, almost 2 months, when I got made affiliate. Assuming that's the right date for this, but yeah. So you came in 2 months after that. If you're on your machine, you check your follow date. Can't I just? I should be able to do. Nope, I guess I can't. I mean, you can type follow age, and I think I can see it from here. You've been following since July 10th of 2018, according to Twitch. So you subbed before you followed. Yeah. Which is kind of funny. But whatever. Right? No, that's right. I'm messing stuff up. 68 divided. Okay, it's 5.5 years. I'm thinking it's 6 3/4 years or 2/3 years. Okay, yeah, no, that's right. That's fine. I'm thinking, yeah, whatever. Math's hard. Leave me alone. Name equals author. Is it type or class? Why can't I remember? There's no bind in here? What? That's bullshit. This is right here. Oh, because I need to look this one. Okay, it is binding. It's type, okay. Author type equals talk to message lookup name equals item from GTK list item. Okay, so this probably won't work worth a damn right now, but in theory, we should be able to get at least the author name automatically working. And all this stuff. Doing all right, Kevlar. How about yourself? We are bringing Talkatoo back to do some GTK learning. We're not bringing it back. It's not going to go into Pidgin, but we're going to make some updates to it that'll look more like Pidgin 3 does, so that I can figure out how something works on Pidgin 3 without having to go through that iteration every time. Okay, nope, that's all pissed off. Value G pointer of type G type is invalid or out of range for property item type of type G type. What did I mess up in this thing? Yeah, item type is just supposed to be talking to. Oh, it's because it's an interface, right? I think that's the problem. Crap, if that's a problem, our message model thing won't work. live gio by g list store dot c set item. Where the hell is it? Items change, get property, set G value, set G type. There's no other check on that. Oh, it's a getter one. Yeah. Fuck. Yep, we've been multi-stream. How's it going, Swills? Welcome. Caught you yesterday for like 2 minutes before you ended. Didn't even get a chance to say hi. Y'all don't know Swills. He does free BSD packaging. He's been building this tool built on top of the Beehive virtual machine engine, whatever you want to call it, for free BSD. So go give him a follow. But yeah, so that's the problem. We can't do this directly here. What did I have for subclasses? Is this still live? No, it's not. Damn. I thought we had at least one other type of a message. Like a simple attachment, talk to message, marked up, marked down. Input, implement it. Right, okay. Well, shit. Need some of my help sometimes. I don't see. Alright, well, let me know what you need. Figure it out. Shit. I'm stuck. This is going to be more than just bringing Talkatoo up to date, because I need to subclass Talkatoo message to have a concrete type. How does this work? This has got to do... Oh, did we do that in the demo? No. What do we do in the demo then? The send message... We generate a random ID for the message, and then we just wrote it to the history. Yeah, this just didn't ever fucking work, man. I think there's a whole bunch of weird shit going on here that just didn't do the thing. Alright, either way, okay, this Talkatoo stuff just is not going to work. We're going to have to do way too much work. It's not going to save us time. Which is unfortunate, but it's okay. So what we're trying to do is, I need to learn, so GTK list view and friends. So we know they have the factory property, right? This is what we're using even in the contact list here, right? We give it we use the factory property to tell it how to generate a contact list item in the list, right? So that bases it off of this UI template, and then we bind everything in via whatever, blah, blah, blah. In GTK 4.10, they added headers. Okay, or 4.12 even. Fuck. What do we depend on right now? Is it 4.12? No, we depend on 4.10. Okay, well, so I guess we're going to move to 4.12. But anyway, so they added this idea of headers. Now, the headers use a GTK, or not a list item factory. So this is a G list header? No. is a GTK list header. And this is an interface similar to the glist model. And the idea is that, like, there's no examples or like decent documentation from what I can see. But the idea is that you can generate headers for list items depending on when list items change and stuff like that. And the problem is I need to learn how this works because there's lots of things I want to do with this. I just don't know how they work. So, like, for example, right, what I want to do, okay, well, this doesn't work on that. Let's do this. So, in a lot of the modern chat protocols, what'll happen is you'll have the author name and then the timestamp and then their message. And then if they're the same author, or if they have if the next message is also the same author, it'll get rid of this stuff and just show the content, right? So that way you just get one from the user and you get a couple messages together. And that's fine and that's cool. And I'm gonna do that. My plan to implement that is to do it via the list headers. I just don't know how the fuck they work, which is the problem. But then also, like, when the time changes, where it goes over to the next day or something, right? We can put, as part of the header, we can put a line in saying that the date changed, right? And then likewise, if like these two messages are unread, but these are read, we can, using the headers, put a line in here that says unread messages, blah, 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 right? So yeah. Sounds bad, but you're glad to see fighting with GTK currently. I was fighting with it since a few days, and it's good to know that I'm not alone. Well, I mean, I'm using bleeding edge features that aren't exactly documented, but what are you struggling with it? And apparently I can't skip this ad. It's not giving me the option to. Lovely. Okay, well, we're gonna have to go to 4.12 for it, but the idea was I was gonna use Talkatoo to play around with the list headers and figure out how they go. But like the list header interface just has a signal for items changed, or what the hell? GTK list header object commands just like GTK list item objects via their factory, but provide a different set of properties suitable for managing the header instead of the individual items. Right, so like they have a get end and get item, and it's weird. Is a child previously set by GTK list header set child or no? See, like where is the documentation? And it's not in the list item documentation either. Or it's like list widgets or something. GTK list item factory creates widgets from items taken from a glist model. Oh, yep. Yeah, exactly, Robotic Head, exactly. Like, look, header is not in this page. Let's view header factory. Great, thanks. This is so helpful. Right. What is the, if it's not list header, but I thought it was. So list view implements no. What the hell is this thing called? I don't remember this being a glist model, because the idea is that, oh, let me look at GTK no selection. That should have, oh, sorry, my bad. I need to look at the section model, right? So the headers are based off of sections, and you create sections off of the model by wrapping the model in a section model. And so, like, what we would do is we would take our glist model that is the messages. We would create another model that wraps that implements the GTK section model, which can then section out the messages. The problem is I don't know how the fuck it works. But then the headers are based off of the sections. So an interface that had support for sections, list models, a GTK selection model groups successive items into so-called sections, right? That's exactly what we want to do for the messages. List widgets like GTK List View and GTK Grid View then allow displaying section headers for these sections by installing a header factory. Right? Perfectly. 100% is what we want so far. Yep. Many GTK list models support sections inherently, or they pass through the sections of the model they are wrapping. When section groupings of a model changes, the model will emit the selection model, sections change signal by calling GTK selection model sections changed. Section model, not selection. Function. All sections in the given range then need to be queried again. The glist model items change signal has the same effect. All sections in that range are invalidated too. So, like, I get the idea of it. I just don't know how to use it in practice, right? This is the problem I have right now. Like, since the sections are invalidated, do I have to rebuild them by listening to the sections changed? I think so, right? But this is where it gets super duper funky, and I'm just like, I don't know. So I started this on the message condenser branch, and then I realized I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. So we need to try to figure this out. What? Bye. And then, like, part of this too is like, can I use a header widget for a section that would like collapse everything, right? Because that'd be really cool, but like I still don't know. Right? Like, in theory, yes, right? Because like I could bind the items. Well, no, that's not necessarily a widget, so I can't. Does GTK list item have a visibility property? I don't know. I don't think it does. Description label, activatable, child, focusable, item, position, selectable, selected. No, there's no visibility property in here. Alright, yes, that's my face. But maybe we can get one of them in the future? I don't know. So, alright. Excuse me. I like the idea of, right, so like this side panel here, right, with the conversations like this with the expander, right? Well, if we could then hide them and then build the expander, that'd be cool. But yeah. All right. Anyways, I missed her. All right. We were gonna start here. Oh, okay. So I did bump to 4.12 as part of this. Created message condenser. Yeah, so the idea here is this is just, it wraps a model. And like maybe message condenser is not the best name for this, right? But if this gets me figuring this part out, that's cool, right? This should probably be like Pidgin history model or something. Because in that way it can do additional headers for separate dates and stuff like that. The bigger problem there is I suppose we could do it that way. That'd be a little weird, but it'd be all right. The alternative settings demo apparently has sections, but I don't understand where it provides them. You actually found a demo for it? This is in the list stuff, right? Yeah, it's got to be. Oh, okay, you want treats. That's what the problem is. I'm just going to put them on the floor because you're not going to eat them up here. We both know that, right? Finish 3. Look at them. What? You want 4? There's 1. Yeah, so this has been part of the problem. Like, I asked in the GTK Matrix room, I was like, can somebody tell me how this works? And nobody ever responded. I was like, an example? Something? So, I don't see... Oh. These are the sections. But this uses a tree list view, doesn't it? I thought it did. At least it used to. Right, because there's a separate model for each one. Hold on. Much better. Okay. It's still GNU style, but whatever. Item value change. Nope, nope. So create settings model does this part. Yeah. There's a UI file here too, right? It might be that the GTK tree list. Yeah, so the GTK tree list model, which yes is a mouthful, that's got to automatically give you a section for each one that changes, right? GTK tree list model. Here, try models on demand. Blah blah blah. Doesn't say anything about the sections, but wait, no, it should implement it. No, it just implements G list model. That's interesting. List item factory. Alright, that's factory. Header factory. Yeah, so they just put the label in there and that's it. I don't understand how that works though. Oh, is it list tree model? No. What the fuck is it? Isn't it tree list model? Yeah, tree list model. Where the hell is this? Is it just tree model.h? They just shorten the name? No. That's the old stuff. Where's the code? Am I on an old branch maybe? I might have been on like a 2.0 branch or something. Yeah, okay, much better. What the hell? I work on Pidgin. I've worked on Pidgin for the past nearly 21 years because it's fun. And I enjoy it. Treeless model. Maybe it's calling the header for every item, and that's why it's working. Because that would make sense in the GTK tree list model. Because each item at the top level is its own item, or whatever. Everything expands out, so it's its own item. So right, so nothing's actually getting grouped. So everything's in its own section already, and it's just passing it through that way. And it's not grouping them together. I think that makes sense, right? I mean, we can test this real simply, right? So if we add a, yeah, I mean, we don't have to do it on this branch. Contact list. Filter model. Property name equals header factory. Object class equals GTK builder list. It's just a normal list builder list item factory, right? I think it is. Yeah, list item factory. Where? I know it's spelled wrong. I'll fix it in a second. Right, so in theory, that should just say header on each one of them. Oh, I didn't close the object. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. This is just proof of concept right now. You just like XML entirely? XML's fine. The problem is people have fucked up XML a lot. And people have had lots of bad experiences because of it, and I understand. So, oh, that only gave me one section. Not all of the sections. Okay, so I don't know how the fuck this works with GTK list view. Or with that one, but yeah. Oh, I love XSLT. Not joking. XSLT is amazing. XSLT proc GIR to UML P Pidgin build lib purple did not build Apparently I have introspection turned off. Oh no, that is just not finishing for me. Pidgin 3.0.gir. Yeah. Look at all the dot files we just created out of this. So GIR to UML is an XSL style sheet I wrote that will read a GIR file and spit out UML diagrams for everything, right? So even there's dot minus t ping or t xlib, yeah, xlib whatever. Message condenser dot dot. Yep. Read from XML. And then turn into a picture. So more fun stuff. If we grab something like, or let's do lib purple. So GIR files are just XML, right? So we can say libpurple / purple 3.0.gir, right? So dot minus t xlib message dot dot. Yep. So out of the GIR file that was generated for the program, now I can, like, at some point I was going to make a whole bunch of documentation stuff out of this. I obviously ended up not doing it, but yeah, right? There's all the things. XSLT is amazing. It's very nice. I like it much. Presence dot dot. Yep. Well, I should really put in a thing to check for deprecated flags and stuff too. But yeah, so dot is the graphviz format, right? So it just okay. That one doesn't have a whole lot in it. Oh, right, no. All of them look this way. Because I'm using the fields in it, which is why the label looks like shit. Or actually, no, I guess I'm making it a table. Yeah, it's an HTML table that's built into there, but yeah. There's maybe a better way to do that, but whatever, it's fine. But XSLT, good times. Oh, and then I have GIR lint too. What does this do? Oh! Yeah. So this tool, this is actually cool. XSLT proc GIR lint tilde LP Pidgin live or build live purple 3.0.gir. Yep. I don't know if this is 100% right, but this is the idea of this was that this is going to become part of our CI at some point, so we could catch doc issues. But obviously we have a lot of stuff to clean up to make that work. But like, so account presence, that's going away, we don't care about it. blist node going away, don't care about it. Icon stuff going away, don't care about. Buddy going away, don't care about. Buddy icon scale, don't care about it. Buddy list is more or less dead, not removed yet. Buddy presence getting deleted. Account, or no, chat account is missing that. So purple chat's going away, so we don't care. Chat conversation going away, chat user, chat conversation going away, circular buffer is still around, right? So here, let's do this real quick. So, what do we actually change here? Anything worthwhile? No, just that. Okay. Asia font. So what did I say? Circular buffer, missing version and documentation. So circular buffer .h. We should have a block for this. No, we don't. Right, so all I have to do is say purple circular buffer since colon 3.0. How do we want to describe this? What's like a common way that this gets described? Okay. Connected end to end. Okay. We'll do it that way. Right, so a circular buffer is an auto allocating data buffer that is connected end to end, and will automatically circular buffer is a data buffer that's connected end. It's supposed to be that, right? I think it is something like that. What do they say? Yeah. End to end, and will automatically resize or resize when necessary, right? Not the best documentation, but it's okay, right? And we run our Ninja. This will update our GIR file. And then we will run this, but we'll grep for circular. Think we should be past it, but I'm not sure. We're just gonna wait till the build's done. But yeah, this would not be the first time I've used XSLT to lint XML, which is crazy, but it works fine. Right? Okay, virtual method, missing version, missing documentation. Yeah, so like there's a whole bunch of shit here that we can clean up, right? And the tool helped us find it, or an XSLT helped us find it. Some of these look like they're getting erroneously added, though. So we might have to check this a little bit more, but that's okay. Alright, the tool's obviously not finished, so there's a possibility for there to be bugs, it's fine. G pointer. We do that because that's easier, right? Lots of cleanups needed here. Oh yeah, that doesn't work yet. There we speed this up. Ninja, lib, purple, 3.0.gir. I'll have to wait for everything then. Okay, so the properties. That's the problem, right? Okay, so now if we go circular buffer .c, and the problem is properties probably aren't even documented at all. Oh yeah, because it said it's missing documentation, right? Okay, so at least this is updated to the newer thing. That's cool, right? So this becomes purple circular buffer colon grow size in bytes that the buffer will grow when necessary. Sure. Right, so grow size is missing, right? We saw it right here. So just do the build again. Now grow size is documented, right? Sweet. And like obviously this is way easier than so is it easier than writing a program? I don't know, right? So what the GIR lint does is it's got some we can go through this real quick because there's nothing to it, right? So we set our output method to text, right? So we're not going to output XML, we're just going to output plain text, right? We're going to strip space on all the elements, right? So that's going to trim the left and the right side of any of the data inside of any elements because we don't want it, we don't need it, we're just going to throw it away. We create some variables for creating a new line as well as a tab. I don't think we use tab, but whatever. Then we create another variable called new line tab, which is a new line followed by a tab. Right, as we're outputting this data, we can control how we need to go and stuff like that, so it's fine. So then we also ignore all the CData and docs tags because always that just gets passed through. So we create a match for it to just do nothing with it, right? So whenever we see GIR doc as the element name, we just throw it away. We do nothing with it. But then we have a template here to match GIR property. Actually, this might make more sense to do this way too. That is too far. Pidgin. Build lib purple 3.0.ga. So like this is the actual XML file, right? So it's kind of big, it's kind of crazy. Digging through this by hand fucking sucks, right? But so we're gonna look for GIR colon property, GIR colon property. Oh, right. The namespace that's being used on the entire thing here, right? So the normal namespace here, XML-NS, the default namespace, is G-object inspection. So even though it says GIR here, you don't actually see GIR, right? Because this is actually GIR colon include, and you use that so you have a default namespace, so you don't have to keep using it again and again. But you see like how C is used here, XML namespace colon C, that defines the namespace there, so you have to put the prefix on it. But since this doesn't have a prefix, it's just XML-NS, and then it equals with the URL to it. That's the default elements you have, right? So we want to just go find property, right? So here's a property one, right? So what this is going to do is it's going to test if we don't have the version property, right? So like this one has a version property. Actually, let's just do circular buffer, right? And then let's go find a property here. These are good. Property, right? Okay, so here we set grow size, right? So now grow size is there, blah blah blah. Now if we go, all right, let's get grow size. Hold on. Where's the actual fucking property? Buffer, okay, yeah. So buffer used here, right? Actually, maybe a VSP would work better here, but whatever. Actually, we can just do that. VSP, GIR, lint. No, not VSP. SP, GIR, lint dot, XLS. Right? So now, when we're looking at the property, right? So if the version name doesn't exist, right, or if the version property doesn't exist, like here, we don't have a version attribute here, right? We just don't, right? We've got property has attributes name, transfer ownership, and default, or default value, right? So we don't have a version. So we're gonna do XSL value of, and this is gonna put this into our output. So we're gonna select, we're gonna concat the strings property space the name or the value of the name, or no, then the, so wait, I don't know why I had to do the dot. Oh, I did the dot because I wanted to get the class name, right? So the dot here is going to move us up. So right now we're at property, right? So we have to go up a level. If we go up a level, we'll see that it's purple circular buffer. It's going to be hard to get there, but because this is big, but somewhere we're going to see it. We're going to see a class name up here. Why don't I just do this? Right, so the parent is class. We're going to get its name property, right? So that's what this does. Get the parent's name, not property, get the parent's name attribute. Then a colon, then the value of our name attribute. Then put in the static string missing version, and then put in a new one. Right? So we used an XML selector looking for elements of GIR property that don't have the attribute named version, and when that happens, we spit this line out. Right? Easy peasy. Now, like, you could write that in code, sure, but it's way easier this way. If you know how to use it. Likewise, same deal here, but instead, since GIR doc is not doc is not a property, it's an element, right? So here's the element, right? So like this guy doesn't have a child element named doc, it just has a child element named type, whereas this one also has that. So we do the same thing and we say it's missing its documentation. And basically we just do that for all the things, right? So for properties, methods, virtual methods, function, constructors, callbacks, signals, class, enumeration. Some of these are different, right? So like we don't have we're not matching multiple things because the output change. Well, number one, the output changes with the type, but then the names we have to pass and stuff like that. And we could use an additional name template to call them and then give it parameters of the values, but it ends up being more code than just writing the whole fucking thing. But so to actually get to those matches, we start at just the top level. We say we only want to match stuff, or we want to apply templates to anything that matches GIR repository. Then in that template for GIR repository, we match anything that matches GIR namespace. And the GIR namespace, we just apply all of our individual templates. And that's how it works, how it does its thing. Like, it sounds confusing and it's a little bit weird to get it at first, but once you get the hang of it, it's not bad. The GIR to UML does things a little bit differently. Like, I had to use ESXL here because that's how I get multiple files out of it. So whenever I hit a new type, so GIR class here, so we build the file name, we create a variable name file name, right? By taking the name property of the class and then adding dot to the end of it. And then we create a new ESXL document, which gives us a new file, right? So then the method's going to be, it's a text output, and then there's the start of the graphiz header, right? So it's a digraph, blah, blah, blah. And then we just spit all the shit out, and it goes, right? And then we get through all the methods and everything, and then we enter ESL document, and it's done. It's a little crazy, it's a little weird, but it's fine. Alright. So let's just get through the rest of this real quick. We'll see if there's anything else that's low-hanging fruit here. That was the first property here, whatever, it's fine. Purple, circular, buffer, buffer used. Amount of buffer used. This is probably the number of bytes that are currently in use in the buffer. I don't know why we exposed the input. Oh no, yeah. Okay. Purple, circular, buffer, input, a pointer to the. Yeah, this is dumb. This doesn't make sense to do it this way. The input of the buffer. Oh, this is where new data is going. In other words, where new data is being added to the buffer. We're still missing a property, right? There was at least one more in here, I thought. Also, I don't know why we have virtual functions for this. I don't know that anybody's overriding them, but whatever. Purple, circular, buffer, output. The pointer to the output of the buffer. This is yeah, so like this is dumb because it's not going to automatically wrap it for you. You have to call the function to do that. Or not. I don't remember how this works. Oh, none of this is going to fucking show here. Why is get input? Okay. Like this method shouldn't be private if the property is readable. Okay, I guess it is just those four. Okay, whatever, it's fine. Pointer to the next byte where new incoming data is buffered to. Right. Pointer to the next byte of buffer data that should be read by the consumer. So this has is so fucking dumb. Like, why use a ternary for this? First of all, not equal to grow size. Then grow size is not equal to 0, and it's not equal to that. Or whatever. It's greater than 0. G size is unsigned. There's a GS size to confuse you even more, but this is signed size, G size signed. There's no GU size. G size is unsigned. Alright, so if grow size is greater than 0 and it's not equal to that, then we just set priv grow size equals grow size. Actually, we should probably just do this way. No, this is where it gets stupid. Whatever. I'm totally over-engineering this. We don't need... Fuck it. We'll leave the ternary. I don't like the ternary, but it's fine. Get input should be public. I don't know that we really want it to be public, but... Wait, no. This is got to be... Why is this even a property? As we're updating and documenting this, because, you know, something we should be doing regardless. So this is a derivable type, but the question is, does anybody use it? I know people use it. I don't know if it's subclassed at all. I don't think it is, but SpongeWorks and PP used it, but that doesn't, well, yeah, it's not subclass. So we're just gonna make it private because why bother with all of this, right? It's easier to make something public later than it is to make something private immediately, right? So this goes away. Okay. Circular buffer. Oh, maybe it was done to make this easier, so we don't have to do this. Like, we'll come back to some of that in a minute. We don't really need this. Generally, I think we put the... We've been getting, let's, I mean, technically it's a global, yeah, we haven't been doing that way in a while. We don't have to do this with private anymore. That semicolon's not necessary anyways. And now this thing's gonna explode all over the place because I got rid of the private stuff, which it's okay, but what are the actual functions here? The new function is probably using our old stupid setup. Oh no, it's cool. What the fuck? What the fuck? So this just looks wrong for a number of reasons. But this should just be grow size. I don't know why it's cast to 64-bit. That shouldn't matter. Actually, we've been doing this way. Like, G size is going to be, like, it's not always 64-bit. Unsized long on, anyway. It's usually 32-bit wide on 30-bit platform, 64-bit wide on 64-bit platform. Values of this type can, yeah, so like, by casting it to 64-bit, if we build this on a 32-bit platform, it's going to fail in all sorts of fun, crazy ways. Fucking hell. Why? Wait. God, this API is fucking jank as shit. Like, we shouldn't be telling it to grow anyways. Right? The whole point is it fucking automatically grows. And even then, we have a grow size. We don't set a parameter for it because we auto grow by whatever the fuck the size is. Jesus Christ. Okay. Get grow size, cool. I have no problem with setting the grow size after the fact. I don't, like... this... Oh my god. I'd get, like, I'm not mad at somebody, whatever, you know, everybody tries to do their best, but this does not make sense. It's a good idea, implementation leaves a bit to be desired. It's okay, it's not the end of the world. It's just, it's a little fucked up. Then we return buffer grow size. And we need to get consistent with this name. I should probably buff size too, whatever. Like, changing the grow size shouldn't matter unless there's some weird stuff I'm not considering, which is possible. I'm realizing we already have this up here. But it wasn't made public for whatever reason. I was like, why is this syntax weird? Do return if L is buffer. Yep. Let's do it this way. If grow, see, this is working weird. Okay, we'll do it this way. If grow size equals 0, then grow size equals default buff size. Right, that seems fine. Then if grow size not equal to buffer, grow size is not equal to grow size, then buffer grow size equals grow size, and then we notify. I think that one's easier to follow, right? Than the ternary hell. And now we also only notify the property change when it changes instead of all the time. Right? So if it's at 0, right? When it's 0, we're going to use the default buff size. And then if this is the default size and that's the default size, then nothing changed. Right? So we don't have to worry about it. Nothing to it. Purple, circular, buffer, set, grow size, buffer, the instance, grow size, the new size and bytes to grow. Sets the number of bytes that at buffer should grow to grow when necessary to at grow size. This will not cause a resize. It will only affect future resizes. Okay. How bad is this build gonna be though? Yep, we got a whole lot of cleanup to do yet. It's got 69. Real grow is probably gonna be the same here. That's fine. We're gonna go through on another pass and clean all this up. We have unit tests for this, which I'm hoping are good, but I don't know. But we do have unit tests for it. But there's still a whole lot of code stuff that needs to be cleaned up here. But yeah, I don't know why the properties are in here and stuff. Oh, is that why? We might use this for file transfers. And what that means is we could use the byte sent and or something like that. Oh no, this doesn't have byte sent or anything in it. As I said, we could use that in the UI. I need some water. We could bind that in the UI so that it just automatically updates and stuff. But no, we did that separately with the file transfer stuff. So yeah, I don't know. $121. So everything we're doing right now, this isn't, you know, like we're not changing the way anything works. We moved a few things around, but nothing major. Yeah, so we got rid of grow 1.6. Okay. We got rid of the basic grow function because it didn't make sense the way it was doing it, right? But like grow shouldn't take a size. Maybe grow should take a size, but like we should be growing in multiples of our grow size. All right, we'll come back to that one in a minute. 158. $174. Yeah, we got a whole lot more code cleanups to do right now. This is mostly just getting rid of the private stuff. And go from there. 191. Let's just start at the bottom. Let's scroll in. Move faster. Although I suppose I could just search for it too. Oh, a little far, but Did I change the keyboard? No. Why do you ask? Or it depends. Like, I changed his keyboard a couple years ago. So, maybe? Depends on the last time you were here. 412. One. Change the keyboard? Let's see. Yeah, well, looking at your history, you're talking like an idiot was the problem. I actually have a blog post I'm writing about why are people being so rude. The blog post is almost done. It needs a couple tone fixes, stuff like that. It's the same shit. Like, you're on the internet. That doesn't mean you should just be a jackass to everybody. And then being more of a jackass of reminding me. So now I'm like, oh, all right, you've already been warned. So if you're a jackass, now I'll just ban you. So... oh yeah, so we don't need any of that anymore. That all goes away. Real grow. We deleted the actual grow thing, that's okay, but then there should be an append down here too somewhere. Yeah. So we get rid of this. We go find real append. This needs work, but it's close. There's enough room to copy off source before hitting the end of the buffer, then we will need to do 2 copies. Or there's no, 2 copies. One from input, the end of the buffer, and the second copy from the start, end of source. Okay. Not too worried about the specifics of the code yet here. That seems like something we should have been testing for. Like, technically, none of this should do anything if it's 0, but why are we doing any of it if there's nothing for us to do, right? Alright, give me, where's real grow? We'll start with that. Oh, give me the whole thing, because we deleted the function already. At least I think we did. don't know why some of this is initialized, some of it isn't. Maybe my keyboard switches would make a difference. That's obnoxious. If the fill pointer is wrapped before the remove pointer, we need to shift the data. Oh, that's interesting. We should. Oh, that's fine. Yep, let's just close normal and scroll. Oh, alright, scroll should still be fine. Unused parameter buffer and oh yeah, because I didn't get rid of real time. Read size. Get max read. I don't know why that's not there. And I might need to take a phone call here. As we're new. Lovely. We want to change this to get max read size. There's a whole bunch of stuff that needs to be fixed here. Never ends. Where is get max read? Dang. Wait, what? Oh, it's marked red. No. It's like, why does it have a parameter here? This may not be the total number of bytes that are buffered. A subsequent call after calling purple circular. Mark red may indicate more data is available to read. I gotta pee and get water. I'll be right back. Actually, I'm gonna call the person who keeps texting me. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. Phone call went a little bit longer than expected. It's all right. Okay. Where were we? Go and get max read size. Thank you, Euro. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Oh, maybe I should have grabbed 2 waters. I'm gonna pound the shit out of this. Good, stopped at about half. I could have gone more. 3, no, wrong file. 351. Mark red. So we got yak shaved or nerd sniped, whatever, it's fine. I was demonstrating a reason of why I like XSLT proc, and that led us down the course of holy shit, this file needs work. So yeah. That's annoying. If max red is greater than or equal to length. Oh, okay. I mean, developing it goes. And with electronics and SBCs at 4 a.m. per usual, nice. 4 a.m. for you? Okay. I was like, what time is it? Yeah, and we're not trying to do too much to like clean up the code right now. We're just trying to make it functional. Again, after making stuff from private to protected, I don't know which way we want to call it. Sit down. This is messed up. It was over 70 Fahrenheit today, which is like 26C or something, I think. And it's supposed to snow tonight. It's supposed to get down into the 20s. So, where did I put that? Oh, was that? Oh, that was in memes, I think. Yeah, so it's supposed to be 22 tonight. Or no, so the night is supposed to be -6C or 22. Or the high of today was 22. The low for the night is -6. In Fahrenheit, that's 72 during the day and 22 at night. So just a 50-degree Fahrenheit or 28 Celsius swing. Whatever. But I finally took out my new rollerblades today and found out that they are way too fucking big for my feet. So I'm sure I'm past the return date on them, and now they have dirt on them. So I think I'm just gonna have to eat the price of them. But yeah, I need to go get new rollerblades. From t-shirts straight into thermals, yes. Or, you know, we just don't go outside. Sorry, just gotta look at something real quick. Yeah, I was on a phone call with my cousin, who is my coworker, and we had to talk about work shit. So it's like, now I gotta look something up real quick. But yeah, so since I couldn't ride my blades, I took a walk around the park. I was gonna skate around, which is fine. Weird. Oh, there we go. All right. Hi, mister. Yep. Hello. Oh, these are all fucked up. This is normally supposed to be here. Okay. Oh. The format of the properties is a little fucked up. It's supposed to be like this. You gonna run away now? Hmm? Oh, we got reviews coming in. Okay. Let me get through this and then we'll check out the reviews. Okay. What do we got on reviews? Okay. God. Well, so the groups trans effects are Pidgin for obvious reasons, and I had previously used groupifications for my stuff that wasn't quite Pidgin. Not opposed to putting G-plugin under Pidgin, but didn't want to do that directly. It shouldn't be a big deal to move it, but I'll look at that if you don't have an issue with it being under Pidgin. Third question, do you want to be added to the trans effects admins? Okay. Modernize G plugin query a bit, cool. Build 2093. G plugin builds so much faster than Pidgin. Actually, I think we're done with this for now. Okay. G plugin file source public. Macro definition is recursive. Oh crap. Yep. Bitch. Right? No. This is supposed to be public file source. Whatever. It already rebased because it's the other one's based on top of it. All right. Public file source build Ninja Turtles. G plugin version. It's not version depth. No, what the? Oh. Like, what the hell? Yeah, it's supposed to be G unavailable macro. Oh, 29. You doing, Slater? I don't know. You want some of these? Oh, I'm like garbage command line. What? I missed the T in RBT, so I'm running the wrong program. No, you don't want those? What do you want to do? You were just downstairs. What? Okay, I don't know why that messed up, but okay. And then it ran fine the second time. So glad Socks is your partner at the moment. He would have come running in from the sound of the streets. Oh, jeez. Oh, Socks is at your partners. Gotcha. Sorry. That's right. Me misread? Always. Oh, rebase too. Trying to edit, but it's not. There you go. Okay, so you can see how fast my cats run to this. Although I think Big Boy's eyeing them up. Slater's right here too. What do you want, Slater? What do you want, Mr. Grumpy Grumps? I was on break. I was upstairs. Slater followed me, and Big Boy's at the bottom of the stairs. Slater's just growling at him like hell. Like, what are you doing? Come on. Was this updated since I last looked at it? Yes. Okay. We'll get back to that in a minute, though. Let's get through this, and then we'll go from there. There you go, Slater. There. So we're done in G plugin. I'm not gonna rebase that obsolete commit yet, because once that one lands, I gotta rebase it anyways. So, and I'm not gonna work on it until later. So whatever, it doesn't matter. 350 is no longer a line number. 325. What's wrong with 325? You return val if fail. What's your problem? Inspection. Oh, because it's a get max read size now. That's the problem. Which we'll fix the rest of that up in a minute, but that's cool. Did we build somehow? We built with no warnings now? What the fuck? You can finish it. Yeah, go for it, man. Alright, yep. So this is broke now because of that. That's fine. Test circular buffer.c get max read size. Oh, just nope. Shit, what am I doing? Gotta be careful of that multi-cursor. Alright, so it still builds, still runs, seems to be okay in the unit test. Now we can go and clean up the rest of the code in the API. Because this seems to do a whole bunch of funky shit and stuff that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Should we call this on the... Yeah, well, the reset will do as a special case. I'm like, if these pointers are different, should we be calling that? Yeah, let's just do it that way, right? If buffer input not equal to buffer, then gobject notify. Right, the whole point of this is that we're not telling people to like update stuff more often than they need to. Right. So, like, you know, if it's already there, they don't have to do anything. They don't care that it was reset. Right, there's nothing else they're looking at, so it's fine. Alright. Again, unit test, fast, sweet. Okay. We got a bunch of stuff to do in the docs yet, but like most of this should be in the property definitions, right? But like, number of bytes of this buffer that contain unread data. Like, I think unread size makes way more sense, right? Wait, hold on. Bonjour in that? Oh no, I didn't build those. Hold on. Like Bonjour and whoever else is using it, yeah, these should fail. Bonjour xmpp.c 254. Like, I hope they're using the max read size, otherwise we got a problem. Jabber si.c 1113. See, this is one of the other problems too. Is like the APIs don't always necessarily make sense, right? And like the names leave a bit to be desired. It's just like we need to be doing better. Like get max read, okay? Like it's not horrible, but yep. No, we missed this one too. xmpp.c what line? 314. 687. Let's do that real quick at least. Like the names don't have to be like super perfect, but like get max read. What's that? How's it going, Brom? Welcome, welcome. Ninja clean. Should have turned the docs off. Come on. Oh, is it still in my top level bin? Yeah. Can I do this the way I want? I'm trying to see if I can get a line counter on this. Because that's easier, right? If I just know that we're supposed to be at 24 warnings and we keep getting the same, that's much easier. I can't think of how to do this with T. Yeah, whatever, it's fine. Yeah, this one's fine, that one's fine. That one's fine, that one's fine. NGB list, NGB verb. Yep, that's okay. This is a warning that's gonna go away in future versions of geometric introspection. It hasn't hit my distro yet, just like this one too. It's a warning for me because the newer version changes it, and that's fine. Because we're probably gonna require the newer version. We just haven't yet. Because I don't have it. So can't do anything with that. Alright, cool. So we are back to normal. We got a full build going, sweet. Alright, so let's clean up some more of this nonsense. Pointer to the next byte of alright, so we're gonna change buff used. Alright, so we've got grow size, length of this buffer. Let's change this to buffer size. Right, that's gonna make people angry, but that's okay. Ninja lib purple purple.so.p / purple circular. Okay, it doesn't have purple name yet. Yep, good. Again, it doesn't it takes a lot of work to get to this, but it's just better if we do it this way. So this is buffer size. Oh shit, hold on. Damn it. It's buffer buff lane that I need to worry about. And the next function. How's it going, Raikin? Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Oh, I heard Slater growling. Slater, what's up? Alright, let me see if he wants to go downstairs real quick. I'll be right back. Beef. Alright, he did not go downstairs. Not too much. Oh, we're just cleaning up stuff, like usual. 278. No, it wasn't buff use that we did yet. 312. And then 331. test broken yet. Good. What do you think? Unread size? Let's do unread size. Yeah. Unread size. 371. Doesn't this just feel like a better get used? Use what do you mean by used, right? We'll have to change the thing too. That's okay. 328. Unread size. 309. But yeah, I feel like this is half the problem when I go and read code I haven't seen before, is just trying to understand like variable names, right? So like, I shouldn't need a comment to tell me that buff used is actually the size of how many bytes haven't been read. Right? The variable name unread size conveys that entire thing without issue. Right. 269. So if buffer size minus unread size is less than length. Okay. I don't know. I gotta double check the math stuff and all this at some point, but I'm not worried about it right now. We're not changing any of that, right? We are just trying to make it easier to read and understand. This is something from libpurple, which is the library we use in Pidgin to abstract out all of the protocols and user interfaces and all that stuff. This is an object that helps us deal with, it's primarily used for when we're sending files between users. It's a circular buffer, a ring buffer that, you know, just reads and writes. You've got a read pointer, you've got a write pointer, and then it's circular and it grows as it needs to and whatever. What we're trying to do is just make the code easier to understand, because right now it's not great. Okay, input, output are a little but it's okay. That said, we don't need an input property. I can't see why we would need a property for this, especially if this is a final object now and it can't be subclass. The same deal with the output. Well, we have... How does this actually get used? Let's fix the functions here for the get used, which makes no sense, right? Get unread size. There's a number of bytes of this buffer that contain unread data. Yep. Returns the number of bytes that contain the number of bytes of unread data. Right? Much get used versus get unread size. Which one makes more sense to everybody? Like, I really hope it's the unread size, but I don't know. 100 is still calling the old one. Okay, we'll deal with that problem in a second. Is there a helper for that? No, where would there be? Okay, well, that's fine. Where do we die here? Test. Okay, let's do the test. Test line 42. 7. SI.C 1110. Oh, we're still building. Do we have anything else that was broken in here? Apparently Bonjour doesn't call that. Lovely. That's probably a bug in some other way. Okay. Okay. So, this is wrong. So, oh, what the fuck? Okay, maybe it's not wrong. Thank you, Shurja, for the 26 months. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. I was gonna say, what are you doing up? And then I realized you are 2 hours behind me now, and I keep forgetting about that. Or no, you're an hour, not 2 hours. Right? Just 1 hour, not 2. Oh, you're a PSD. Okay. The maximum value which can be held in a G size. This is the same as the so. So is there any reason we should be using G size instead of just G int? Or just G int 64? Right, like all these are. What does this say about G size? An unsigned integer type is the result of the size of operator corresponding to the size C type defined in C99. The standard size C type should be preferred in new code unless consistency with pre-existing APIs require G size. See below for more details. Okay, so there's that. G size is usually 32-bit wide on 30-bit platforms, 64-bit wide on 64 platforms. Value of this type can range from 0 to G max size. This type is wide enough to hold the size of the largest possible memory allocation, but is not guaranteed to be wide enough to hold the numeric value of a pointer. On platforms that use tagged pointers, such as Sherry, pointers can be numerically larger than the size of the address space. The Sherry is something I heard about because of Swills, so I'm surprised to read it in the docs here, but whatever. You okay? I need to clean the office. There's clutter everywhere. What's the... Note that on platforms where more than one standard integer type is the same size, size T and G size are always the same size, but are not necessarily implemented by the same standard integer type. For example, on an ILP32 platform where int long and pointers are all 32-bit, size T might be unsigned long, while G size might be unsigned int. This can result in compiler warnings or unexpected C++ name mangling if the two types are used inconsistently. That sounds like fun. As a result, changing the name from G size to size T in existing APIs might be incompatible API or ABI change, especially if C++ is involved. The safe option is to leave existing APIs using the same type they have historically used and only use the standard C types of the API. Okay, so we want to go everything to a size T, but how do I use that for parameter? Wait. The numeric value of a pointer needs to be stored in an integer without information loss. Use the standard types int pointer T or uint pointer T or the similar glib types gint pointer or guint. Similar considerations apply to all the fixed size types. Blah 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 as well. Types are 32. Okay, so we should be using size T is what this says. But the problem is we don't have a gparam spec size T. So file info maybe? Yeah, that's pretty bad. So like these don't have properties, they have attributes, but like I know one of them's a size. That's not gonna have a gparam spec. I'm gonna guess this isn't a property either. Flags and RGB. Again, I'm still not sure why we even have properties for this. It's like, I get it. Like, you want to expose the data, but do we need to? Right? Like, we were totally nerd sniped on this, too. This is working the way it was. I'm just cleaning it up because the linter found issues. But we just end up in the same problem here. Let's say integer type with the result of the size of operator corresponding to the size T type defined in C. That also explains the problem with the new function, which I thought was a bug, but it's actually a fix. Because the integer type here is int64. It should be uint64, right? So fucking stupid. But yeah, it's uint64. Where do we actually use or set these though? Like, I don't know if they have to be G size. I think they can literally just be GUint64. And then we just don't care. We're doing math on them. Yep, that's fine. Yeah, I think we're just gonna make this all GU and 64s and call it a day. This is gonna splash everything though, so it's gonna be annoying, but it's okay. And this should probably be a GU into 8 pointer, maybe? I don't know which way we want to go with that. Right, because, yeah. Alright, well, anyways. Let's look at the damage. Really? Oh, yeah, because on my machine it's going to be the same. Hold on, this might hit docks too, and I don't want to do that, so we'll just do it by hand. It's fine, it's annoying. Like, I still don't understand why we have a size of operator, right? Or not size of, yes, I understand, but I don't understand why we have a size T type. Like, just give us a fucking normal integer type and we'll go from there. Right? Okay. I don't know why this cast has to be here either. We'll figure that out in a second. Nope, not what I want to search for. That's what I'm searching for. I want to search everything. But this is the kind of stuff people get themselves into trouble with C, right? It's like we're using G size, which is 32 bits on a 32-bit machine, but we're jamming into a 64-bit integer because we need to do that on a 64-bit machine. It's just like, then just use a 64-bit integer for fuck's sake, right? Oh, I deleted too much in the cast. 331. That was supposed to be double friends there. Okay. Compare different assignments. Long int and that. Okay, 331. This shouldn't be a long... Oh. Yep. This is a pointer. And that's a pointer. But that should be... Oh, well, that should be an offset. It's fine. Alright, so... Test went fine. There's no warnings in the code, which is interesting. No G sizes in there. Okay, fine, whatever. So SI.C 110. So what does this do, right? I forget what IBB stands for. It's like in-band bytes. Is that what it? In-band byte streams. There we go. Okay. Oh, cool. So when we're reading from the in-band byte streams, we get the max unread from the buffer. get the max read size from the buffer. Like, why don't we just have fucking read? Right? And then why do we... Why are we marking what we read when the function already knows? Oh, okay. So I'm guessing. Oh, it's XMPP. That's what it was. What? Okay, then it calls this. Like, this just seems fucked, right? Like, why don't you just give us a buffer, right? So, like, what happened? Like, so they get the output pointer or whatever. Hold on. They get the max read size, right? So what's available? The entire thing that's available to read, and then the output just gets passed. Oh, this one's a little bit different. It doesn't actually allocate it here, which is okay. And then it writes it out via G pullable output stream, right? Non-blocking. And then like it marks how many bytes it read. Where is this set? Okay, yeah. Like, it seems like this gets much easier if we move the loop to grab all the data into the circular buffer, right? So instead of giving access to the output and having people forcing them to mark how much they read and blah 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 blah, right? Like, why don't we add something that's like yeah, we do this like G boolean peripheral circular buffer read, right? But we want to do right. So we'd have GU int 8 star. Let's see, right? Buffer, and then we have GU int 64 star bytes. I don't know, right? Buffer the instance. bytes in, out, not nullable, I think it is, right? The maximum bytes to read on, oh, that sounds weird. No, okay. This doesn't have to be in out, right? This is just out. That can be nullable, who gives a shit, right? Number of bytes returned. Reads all available data from at buffer and returns all available data from buffer and sets at bytes if not no. Transfer turns transferable the data if the data or percent null if no unread data like even saying it's unread it's weird, right? Like, let's go back to this. Here's a little, no we don't. Like, is there something I'm missing in the data structure? That, like, there might be. Circular buffer, circular queue, cyclical buffer, ring buffer is a data structure that uses a single fixed size buffer as it was connected, and the structure lends itself easily to buffering data streams. There were early circular buffer implementations in hardware. Circular buffer starts out empty and has a set length, and the diagram below is a 7-element buffer. Assuming that one is written to the center circular buffer, the exact starting location is not important in circular buffer. Yes. Then assume the 2 more elements are added to the circular buffer, 2 and 3, which are put after 1. Yep. If 2 elements are removed, the oldest 2 values inside of the circular buffer would be removed. Circular buffers use a FIFO, first in, first out logic. In the example 1 and 2, were first to enter. Yeah. Profit circular buffers when it's full and subsequent write is performed, then it starts overwriting the oldest data. For an example, 2 more elements A and B are added as they overwrite 3 and 4. Yep, that's fine. Alternatively, the routines that manage the buffer could prevent overwriting the data and return an error or raise an exception. Whether or not the data is overwritten is up to the semantics of the buffer routines or the application using the circular buffer. Finally, if 2 elements are now removed, then what will return is not 3 or 4, or rather now A and B, but 5 and 6, because 5 and 6 are now the oldest elements yielding the buffer. There's another type in here. There's G something byte something. This is what I want. It's mutable array of bytes based on G array to provide arrays of bytes which grow automatically as elements are added. Kind of sounds like what we want. To create a new G byte array, use G byte array new. Add elements to G byte use array and prepend. The size of okay, I don't think that's necessarily what we want. But like there's other stuff that's similar to this, which G bytes doesn't do. G bytes can't like get rid of old data, can it? G bytes. No, this is more to like to convert between types, not to do precisely what we want. Sequence, maybe? The data set. No, it's based on IDs, right? API have a list, but is implemented internally with balanced binary trees. This means that most of the operations are O log n, and the average O n is worst case for time complexity. But note that maintaining a balanced sorted list of n elements is done in n log n. Data contained in each element can be either integer values or type of. Okay. Point array is not going to give us what we want. This is a list of pointers. That's I'm debating on just throwing this away and starting over, right, with a different API. Because there's only a single consumer here, right? So like we don't care. There's nothing that's multiple consumers of this. And this is all new in Pidgin 3, right? I think it is. Or maybe not. No, it's in here in Pidgin 2. Like, the API hasn't changed or anything. Stuff just got moved around. What? It's just a compatibility thing. Rediff Bowl and BattleNet. No, that one's not actually using it. What the hell is Rediff Bowl? That's the only thing that's using this. Oh, and Nadon. Yeah, these are for file transfers. Like, this is... Oh, wait, they also use this for... whatever the server connection is. The circ buff, right? Developers always trying to shorten the names for who knows what fucking reason. Why are there even two of these? Oh, okay. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. That is one valid reason to have this broken up this way. Is that the only one? No, there's two of them. Right, so like if you fail to write to the socket can tell you to try again. Um, and that's why you wouldn't want to automatically move the point. That's the only idea. That complicates the shit out of all of this. But even then, this just seems wrong, right? Like, why? I think we're gonna abandon this. We spent a bunch of time on this, but I think we're gonna throw it all away. So the vast majority of this is for file transfers, right? And we have this little thing called G-file input stream now, where we just don't have to do shit. I forget how we get one of these, but like this just give us a stream and then it'll do its own thing and we don't have to give a shit. Right? So it's just like, yep. How do we get one of these? Oh, it's like, you do like G-file open or something, right? I don't want read write, but whatever. I think it gives you a G-file IO stream, and from the G-file, since this is an IO stream, it has an input stream and output stream, yeah. What if you don't want it rewrite? G-file read or something? Yeah. Right, and then that gives you a G-file input stream, and then you just, you read from that and you write to it directly. And we don't need a circular buffer because for the same reason, G-file write, open read write, right? We can get an output stream and we can just write to the stream. We're not writing to a file descriptor anymore. So this is just old file descriptor code that sucks and needs to go the fuck away. Bye! So, yeah. Alright. G plugin clean. That's not how you spell G plugin. Issue pull minus U. I should be up to date, but land minus R. 2982. Submitted. Yep. Yeet it away. How's it going, Bolo King? Welcome, welcome. Alright, issue rebase minus S. This guy. I don't know where that's going. I didn't mean to get the new line in there. Alright, good, didn't finish. Oh, I control C out of it, so I didn't get out of order. Issue rebase minus S. File slash properties minus D default keep branches. Okay, good. Issue pruned minus R, public file source minus S. Yep. Branches are good. We're good to go. Issue yeet. Destination sun. Yes. Alright. Let's go through this real quick. This block. Okay, so. This should really be used in conversation deep because names can and will change. The protocols inside an ID for conversation. The protocol needs to be fixed to do so. This gets tricky for. A number of reasons. So yeah. Needs to use the account ID instead of the account name. For example, on IRC my nickname is Norman Grimm, but I can change it to anything else while connected, which would use IDs instead of names. Show changes. This should be relatively easy. But I'm realizing this might not necessarily fix everything, but either way this is fine. And I'm throwing around an idea in my head for Burb, a very simple templating for glib, right? So like, these are properties that are on these things, and wouldn't it be nice if we could just, like make a format string that pulls them out? That would be killer. Oh, but I guess we'd have to give them names then. And we don't have the variable name on the other side. Yeah, it's too much work. Never mind. Alright. Conversation ID, we got that. Purple conversation ID. Yep, so instead of a conversation name or an account name, we get account ID. Account ID equals that. We generate the new ID. Oh, right. I'm like, where's the rest of it? I'm only looking at the changes in this. The changes look good. Right, and then we use that to go based on the ID. The old code just used the name of the conversation because it was quick and dirty, make it work. So that's fine. Let's reviews. Review. Awesome work. Thank you so much. I not hit publish? I guess I missed it somehow. Alright, this block's 2981, so Pidgin clean. Not default. This is 2980, CD build. I was like, why are there new commits? That's why I always do that. Make sure nothing's weird. RG land minus R 2980. So there's not really anything I can test in here at the moment, because there's no consequences, right? This is all just seen internally. But the 2981 that Ivanhoe created, this opens new conversations if they aren't already open. There's going to be a caveat, which, yeah, actually, we can just do it that way. Oh, maybe. We'll have to see. Okay. Completed. What I was thinking of is the conversation could track a if it's a DM, it can keep track of the remote side and look for their ID to change, then update its own ID internally. Except that's gonna fuck everything in the database. These fucking IDs, man. Like, it's not these IDs. It's IRC's the fucking problem. It's really what it comes down to. Because there's not many other things where, like, you don't have a unique identifier and you can just change your name, right? IRC. That's pretty much it. And that's where the problem comes in with a lot of this stuff. All right, so okay, story. Oh, he didn't update this yet. Okay, cool. I don't have to worry about it right now. Yay! Well, we can't type exit apparently. Yeah, I'm not sure that we can do this long term. Okay, anyway. So we're going to this G plugin thing. What do we all have here? A lot. So basically the idea here, oh, that was the other problem. I was going to do that first. Yeah, okay, so I got really far and I almost got this done, but then I ran into a stupid ass problem. Ugh. And that became an issue. Oh, no, there's a couple ways I was going to work around this. So like the test will build, or whatever, the code will build, everything's marked as deprecated, that's okay, that's fine. But yeah, we cause everything to fail with the way this is set up right now, which is the problem. Apparently that's on 5. Okay. So right now, the manager, when it gets initialized somewhere, we create the new file source here and we pass ourselves in. The problem is init gets called before constructed, or something. Wait, is that the... Hold on. This should be the easy fix then. The easy fix for this, if this works, this is cool. And we're just going to go with this. But the way this is going to go is in the future, and I don't want to necessarily do these both in the same version, but we'll see. Or definitely not in the same pull request. We can do the same version. I don't really care. But the idea is the plugin manager is going to get a list of plugin sources. And then they'll go from there. Which, the sources are still kind of like loaders, but not quite. Oh, we still failed everywhere. That should... serve. Alright, let's nice and test minus the newest version. Oh, this isn't actually gonna fail for me. I gotta, or maybe. Yeah, wait, this shouldn't be calling the manager get paths anymore. Is that just, yeah, because that just called, hold on. Yeah, that shouldn't work yet. So I've got this stupid file tree thing, which is just meant to try to save memory, right? So what it does is it's an honorary tree that has a node for each plugin path, and then that path has children from all the plugins that are in that directory, just based on those file names, right? So like we don't have the whole directory name in on every single file name for the plugins, which is a little weird and funky, but it's okay. But yeah, we shouldn't need that. But yeah, so we set source paths to no. Oh, that's on that. Okay, that's fine. Where was? Yeah, so we create the new here. Unconstructed, we don't have any paths yet. None have been added, so we can't do this. I don't know if that's gonna work or break or what, but we'll see. But yeah, the whole point is we leave the old API on the plugin manager so that we can pull it out of everything else and have it redirect. Ooh, we seg faulted. Okay. 274. Alright, so file source is empty at this point. So where do we update the stupid file tree thing? Like, we're adding paths and shit. Oh! Okay, we don't update it. Okay, yep, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. So we only created the file source when we were refreshing the plugin list. We didn't do any other part of it. But now the idea is that we keep them around and we go from there. And the thing is, we should be able to do this and just, yeah, this should be able to go away. Oh no, that stays, hold on. That's fine. We don't need the file tree thing at all. I mean, we need it, but we don't need it on wait, what the fuck did I just do? We had a list of the paths. We have our own paths. We have a root. Okay. We don't need that. What we need is in the scan method. We need a gnode. So our root equals null. Clear any messages from our last scan. Build a fresh copy of our file tree. Node equals new plugin file tree new something, right? Plugin file tree new source paths. And then we don't have any early returns or anything out of here, right? This obviously needs to be cleaned up and modularized a bit, but it's crap. Then we g plugin file tree delete something free or something. Should be in the finalize, which we didn't do yet. Free note. That should do it. Node undeclared 275. Didn't. Oh, I named it root. My bad. I think that's all we need it for, too. 275. That should be there. Oh. I've got the wrong type because we have file source. Okay. Exited normally. Yay! What was the warning here though? Expected G list, but argument is type GQ. Okay. We seem to have a problem. I don't understand how we're infinitely looping, but we are. How do we only get two outputs? What? It's the same thing. Oh, unless no, is that wrong? Nope. So we're not looping, it's just stuck? What the fuck? Wait, where are we? Oh, we're waiting for a sub-process failure one. Okay. Which test are we on? I guess test 3? Whatever the fuck that is. Load on query. Oh, it's supposed to be autoload failed. That's... I don't know what you need, but whatever. Autoload pass, auto... What is going on here? Like, we don't remove anything from the tree, right? I don't think we do. That would be weird and silly, yeah. Like, the test passed, and then it hung and did nothing. I don't understand. Created the file tree. That typos over the place, whatever. It looked at the autoload pass directory. That was fine. Autoload pass was successful. Then it started the next test. And then it just got stuck. Okay. Is that the... Alright, hold on. We have to fix all these tests. Second condition where a plugin will be stored twice, but we can't test for it since a G warning gets output that kills or fork. So it loses the internal state of the plugin manager and thus can't see the plugin stored twice. Assume it's fixed the code, but it's... But we don't have to remove paths. because now we're at a known state. It doesn't have any paths. Right? That's the intent. We should be doing the same thing on all of these. Right, your unit test should be coming from a known state. And that's part of the problem here is that we don't have that. Like when we made the plugin manager, when we made the plugin manager public, this should have changed. Plugin should not be null. How do we get to null? Like this shouldn't have been broken by that. How's it going, Billy Goat? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I'm going, Robotic Head. Catch you later. It doesn't make sense why that broke. And why is this here? Why are we adding the plugins directly to this? Monolo.c line 38. What? There's some magic private API or something here that's the problem. Gotta be. Yeah. Yep. That's not a property for this, is it? Okay. I understand the problems. We're going to come back. We're going to get all that. What we're going to do is we're going to add a property, a construct only property to G plugin manager that says register native loader, and then on the init method, it'll do that. It'll do all this. Like this shouldn't fail, but we'll do the same thing. Like we can't return an error here, so it's fine. But if we put a property on it, then this gets easier. Oh, we have no properties on this thing. Prop register native loader. Typing's hard. Does this make sense? Yeah, I mean, Pidgin is a huge open source project. It's 25 years old. How does it get finished? Well, there's a million things we need to do, and a lot of them right now I don't want to do, so I look for other things to do in the meantime. Putting this in as a property seems silly, because you can register the native loader after the fact. So, if we throw this idea out, which we should, I should just revert it. Yeah, no worries. It's just, like, here's part of its history. It's commit history, right? It's a big project. It's gonna take time. Alright, so while this is up, I'm gonna go pee. I have to go do that. We're back. Okay. So when we don't use the default manager, we don't have the native plugin loader, which is okay. This will be a little obnoxious for now, but it's fine. But we do need to update all these unit tests that are using this, because this is just wrong. We shouldn't be doing this. G object new G plugin Pipe manager. So this is going to be a little bit annoying right now. It's okay. Right? We have to get stuff updated and moved around, but it's okay. Manager equals that. We don't have to remove paths, but we do need to say you plug in loader. Sorry, loader equals null. The point is that in the future, this will be using the static loader, which will avoid some issues for us, but we're not there yet. G plugin native loader new. And then G plugin manager register loader, I think it is. Of course, there's no docs here, but that's okay. Yep. G boolean ret equals false. G error star error equals null. Right, so we say ret equals this, register loader, manager loader, error, G assert no error, error, G assert true, ret, and now this test will magically pass where it was failing before. Right, well, I mean, it's still passing the same way it was, but it's, or whatever, it was failing because we were using get default, blah, 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 right? But our unit test should always be using a new instance, not using the global library one. That's why we had the remove paths and stuff in there, and that was just garbage and wasn't working right? So G plugin loader star loader equals null. G error star error equals null. G boolean ret equals false. We don't need this. I don't know if this comment is still valid. We'll have to play around with that. So this is very simple since we can't get the exact error condition we want. There's an error condition where a plugin will be stored twice, but we can't test for it since the G warning gets out for the kit. That doesn't make sense. But auto load failed. Like, we shouldn't need the separate directory, but we'll test this in a second. Let's get this test updated and doing things the way it should be doing. We don't have. Do we just have a new function for this? We might. No. All right, yeah, because the idea is you generally want the default loader in your program, but for unit testing we don't. Right? Yeah. Okay. G object new. Oh shit! Hold on, we're not doing this either. G assert finalize pointer manager. We have to free that now. Right, then we've got loader equals native loader new. Ret equals register loader manager loader error. G assert no error. Error G assert true ret. Yep. Oh, we need to get rid of our loader here too, because this takes a reference, I believe. We don't say as much here, which we should, but we do ref it. Yeah, okay. Yep, okay. We'll leave that for now, and then we need to G assert finalize pointer manager. Oh, it's finalize object, not pointer. What is it then? It's not that. Finalize the object. I finalized pointer twice is the problem. And then I just got confused. It's okay. I thought I did the first one right, but I didn't. saw a meme with a guy with a sign on his monitor saying, "I'm not angry or upset. When I focus, I just look angry and upset." Honestly, he relates so hard. Yeah, I can see that. You just have resting angry face, right? Or concentrated angry face. One could say. Lost 120 bytes because I didn't clean it up and auto load. Wait, no, what did we miss here? G object new native lower query on 263. We don't get a reference back to the plugin, do we? Alright, we're in the wrong thing here. Does this give us a reference? It might. Find plugin. Oh, this does give us back the, yeah. Okay. We just weren't cleaning shit up, and we're finding it as we're going. It's like when there's visible blood vessels in your head from attempting to understand your own code. That doesn't sound good or healthy at all. Not gonna lie. Weak pointer should be no. Oh, right, yeah, okay. This the plugin manager has an access, so we just need to gclear object this. We can't do the finalize on it. Or the assert finalize. Because the plugin manager has a reference to it, so it's not gonna be finalized. But we're still missing 32 bytes. Native loader. Oh, I didn't get this on the second one, right? Yeah. You can tell things have changed a lot from the last time G plugin's been seen. All right, we're no longer leaking any more bytes. Let's go, Ivanhoe. We've discovered the sad fucking state of the G plugin tests. All right. Apparently, the last time I did considerable amounts of work in this was 10 years ago. So it's not that surprising. So I'm trying to put more glist model stuff into G plugin, and the more I'm trying to do that, the more problems I'm finding. So it's just like shit. Like, yep. We're getting there. We're getting there. Like, slowly but surely, but yep. Oh, we reflowed all these in Pidgin, didn't we? We did. Alright, well, whatever. We'll leave that for now. Alright, so we want to search for G plugin manager get default under tests. Thank you, Ned. Thank you, Ned Bog, for that gift sub. Greatly appreciate it. But so, like, one of the big problems is all the unit tests are using the default plugin manager, which they shouldn't. That's a problem. So, yep. But this means we have to do a whole bunch of bullshit work for now because we did things in a specific way on purpose. But this is why, you know, we keep clearing the paths. We shouldn't be doing that in a unit test. But we have to do a whole bunch of extra BS to make this work right, which is annoying. But it's okay. Alright, so we got the loader. Then we need G error, start error equals null, G boolean, right equals false. Manager equals G object new, G plugin type manager, null. Loader equals G plugin native loader new. Rat equals G plugin manager register loader manager, loader, error, G assert, no error, error, G assert true, ret, G clear object, loader, G assert finalize object manager. Alright, this is test bind global. We lost 120 bytes. Oh, because I got a plugin and I didn't clear it. Lost 0 bytes. Yay! Alright, next. Test core. Yeah. Equals no. G plugin loader star loader equals no. G error star error equals no. G list. G int. G boolean right equals false. Manager equals G object. New G plugin type manager. Loader equals G plugin native loader. New G red equals G plugin manager register. Loader. Assert no error. G assert true. Ret. G clear object loader. G assert. I mean, this is fine, but we're gonna have to look at what the rest of that does. G assert finalize object manager. I don't know what the, okay, cool. So you call init and then uninit. Init uninit with a refresh. That seems unnecessary. Like, we shouldn't have to, like... We're gonna come back to this. This test needs to be overhauled. This... what I did here is nothing. Like, listing plugins and shit, this is not part of the core. I mean, I guess it kind of used to be because, like, you didn't have access to the whatever. But, yeah, that's just, no, we're not doing that way. That needs to be overhauled and relooked at. Cool. Manager equals G object new G plugin type manager no loader. I didn't create that yet. Actually, that should be before this. And again, we always test the error before we test the Boolean return, because if it fails, you don't get to see the error message, and that is a bad time. Because then you have to go and fix your test. G clear object, ampersand loader. Alright, then we append the path. We grab that. We get the provider plugin, that's cool. Yeah, I don't think any of these tests have been run under Valgrind, because Yeah. So then we load that plugin and make sure it's loaded. Then we find the user plugin. That's fine. We make sure it got loaded. We unload the user plugin. Make sure everyone typed queried. We unload the provider plugin. Yep, and then we need to gclear object provider, gclear object user, gassert finalize object manager. Alright. This is test dependent. Right. Oh, dynamic type. Spelled the cert wrong. Bunch of errors. Unsolicited invocation of G-object run dispose. That's part of us doing the thingamajig. Alright, we didn't lose any memory though. That's good. We didn't leak any memory. But now we're getting that here, which is so there's some weird thing with dynamic types when like we're unloading it more before we should be, and I don't really understand well, I need to look into it and see how it works, but okay, this test is fixed, but it's broken. We have to come back and fix that other part, but that's okay for the moment. So many of these are doing the wrong goddamn thing. Test plugin manager paths. We're not going to fix that one because it gets moved and rewritten. What? Above gplugin get option group, call gplugin init if it hasn't been called yet. Until gplugin init is called, manager will be null, which is why this is here. But why do we need the manager? Oh, all these things. Yay. We should go get rid of those. Oh, okay. That's also tied to the, yeah, we gotta ignore that for now. Alright, we should be able to get through test signals. We need the native loader in here too. Okay. That should fix that. Yato with Raid, thank you very much. How you doing? How's your stream tonight? What were you up to? I haven't caught what you've been doing lately, but either way, still give you a shout out. You were doing web dev stuff, maybe. That doesn't tell me what your stream was. Alright, how you doing? How's your stream? What were you up to? Oh, I gotta pull in G plugin native. And then I spelled plugin manager wrong a couple times. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Plugin manager. What's the other one? Oh, it's supposed to be no error on 164. Okay. Valgrind. We'll worry about Valgrind when we're done. We still have more to do in this file. As we reorganize all the things. G plugin loader equals no. G plugin native loader new. Okay. Should still be passing. Oh, oh, red's not declared. It was declared in the other one, so I kind of. Oh no, it wasn't. Maybe I don't know. Whatever, it's declared now. Okay. And again, we'll worry about Valgrind when we got the test done. Oh, I already know we're leaking. I don't even have to guess. We should probably fix this right away. This is why I kind of want to make a helper for this, but it's fine. That's when we're done with our reference of it. Yep. We done yet? Nope. Jesus. Recompile. Nope. Let's fix these. 348. Loader and declared on 366. Yep. Okay. Okay. Yep, million freaking times. No bites lost. The indirect ones we'll have to find at some point, but right now we're good. Oh, stream is good. You're working on your idle game. Ah, cool. Sorry. Somehow I lost your, or I totally looked past your message. Hopefully you're still here. Unresolved symbol. Like, did Clang format do that stuff? Oh. Alright, whatever. G plugin loader, start loader equals no. We don't have native. Oh, we do have native in here for whatever reason, but okay. G error, star error equals no. G boolean rat equals false. Manager equals G object new. G plugin type manager no. Loader equals G plugin native loader new. Rat G plugin manager register. Loader manager loader error. G assert no error. G assert true. Ret G clear object loader. We don't have to remove any paths because that's not a problem anymore. Oh, right. This is fine. It's when you have a critical that you have to do the sub-process thing with it. G assert finalize objects manager. This is unresolved symbol. It's underscore. Like what? Fuck. Is there a way to list the tests? Yeah, it does just list. Oh, unresolved symbol isn't even added anymore. Because it gets weird depending on the operating system. So we just took it out of the test. So while we have unresolved symbol as a directory, oh no, it's supposed to be here. Seem to, I mean, yes and no. Comes and goes. These libs are not built on Windows, so so no need to test them there either. This isn't working. Like, oh wait, dynamic type works. I don't understand. Like, dynamic type is right there. Unless it's in both lists. There it is. If unresolved symbol is here, we ignore it for some reason. So, I think the real fix here is to switch this around to the assert subprocess thing. Which I always forget how to do. G-test subprocess. There we go. Denmark, 16-year-olds can buy beer from the supermarket? Okay. I mean, there's a bunch of places where the drinking age is like 18 or even younger, so it's, you know, there's also places where the age of consent is 16 or younger, which is gross. Anything under 16.5? Okay, okay. Good night, Taco Bit. How about yourself? Merrick Counts with the raid. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? How you doing? I've got to admit, I don't recognize your name. But how are you? How's your stream? What were you up to tonight? Okay. Oh, Declaven X-File? Okay, that kind of sounds familiar. Yeah, I'm already following you, so there's that. Very cool. Here. You were learning Vue. Nice. No Rust. Oh, but it's a sad face for Rust. Whereas I'm like, yay, no Rust. Never change your name on Twitch. Yeah, I know. the best part is when people do it and they're like, why don't you recognize me? And I'm like, I don't know, because you changed your name. Nobody was on the Rust relay with me because I wasn't on the Rust relay. So, yeah. So, I don't see the thing on standard error. RW Rust? Yeah. No, I hate Rust because of all the people that have tried to shove it down my throat. And here, for all the Rust people that are still gung-ho on Rust. Oh, it's so safe! It's so amazing! It's so safe! Have you seen CVERS? Blazing fast memory vulnerabilities, all done in safe Rust code. Yep. Built in 100% memory safe Rust code. Yep. You mean the anti-Rust cult, but yeah. I mean, it's not going to be more blazing fast than my C code, but whatever. I'm just being shy about it. Yeah, that's it. I'm the head of the anti-Rust. I'm the Rustolium. I'm the head of the Rustolium. I mean, it's not a matter of stick with what you know. It's tell people to stay in their fucking lane. Right? Oh, when are you going to rewrite Pidgin and Rust? When you pay me $3 trillion, then I will consider it. Not even going to do it. I'll consider it. So we don't have the error here on standard out, which is a problem. Calls, yeah, something like that. Like, if I wanted to write code that had a whole bunch of like symbols and shit in it, I would just go write Perl, because you know that's a write once language I already kind of know. We've got 7 billion plus Rust, yeah. Or Shrimmer Gold, rather. I mean, obfuscation? Yeah, sure. I mean, I can do that in C, too. Why is this not happening? This isn't on standard error, and it's not showing up. Oh, we still have that. Hold on. That might be the problem. I might be doing that. Now we... Oh, there's this problem we have to do too, right? G-test set non-fatal assertions, yeah. This might be what we want? I don't remember. Rust would tell me if I use my language server protocol and I used an editor that spoon-fed me everything, and yeah. No, I didn't do it either. Oh no, we still have this in here. That's the problem. We're failing because of my stupid. Okay. But we should. Okay. We're not actually getting the standard error that we're supposed to. Is the problem? Right. So. We have the unresolved symbol directory. We call it refresh. Did we stop making this fail like that? Yeah, no worries. Have a good one, Mark. Thanks again for the raid. Catch you later. Have a good time. Get language is enough for you. Your next would probably be Haskell. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, use the languages you want to learn, but don't be a prick and tell everyone that they have to learn your languages. I've done embedded stuff with C, not in a really long time. And by like embedded, like generally when people are talking about like embedded C, they're talking about like directly accessing memory and writing to like FIFOs and shit like that. That's generally what you could do with embedded stuff, right? And like the stuff like that I did was way back in the day. A friend and I were trying to build an operating system. This is before I knew about Linux. This was roughly 1997, 1998, right? So like I would create a pointer to video memory, right? Which was like something like car star VGA equals OX OA00, something like that, right? And then you would do something like VGA, I don't know, 100. We can figure that out if we want. Equals so it's got to be 8 bits for RGB, which I forget how this breaks down because it's been forever. Oh no, wait. VGA. Oh, that's not the right thing. That's not it. VGA memory location. Stanford, tell me how this works. Oh, it's A0000. Sorry, my bad. I was a little off there, right? It's supposed to be A000. There we go. That's now we're in VGA memory. Right. Now the RW does not mean Rust wins. The funny part is I splash this every stream, and people still ask me, "What does RW mean?" Take a guess. Right? All right. So yeah. So you get A00 to BFFF for 128K VGA. Right? 64K, same deal. Rust winner Grim. No, Rust worst Grim. No. Or just dumb. So what's the pixel packing format in this? I don't remember. This was 25-ish years ago. What's the current mode? The other modes are designed to perform specific tasks. Blah blah blah. Fit mask guild. This. How the fuck do I? Writing display. The VG has 4 write modes specified right in the field. The control of the write operations posed. Blah 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 blah. First, these allow VGA hardware to perform bitwise rotation of the data written for the. No, just what the fuck is the format of it? It's not. The VGA had 256 colors, right? Which means it's an unsigned byte, right? So hold on. So we need to go back to here. This needs to be unsigned car VGA, right? So what you typically do is, so VGA is 640 by 480, right? So 640 by 480. So if I want to write at X coordinate, or here, we'll do this, right? So we've got void, put pixel, whatever, right? Or paint pixel, fine. Paint pixel, int, whatever, uint, x, uint, whatever. Unsigned y, unsigned x, and then unsigned car, because I'm going off of old ass shit. Color, right? So then, you'd have to pass in your VGA buffer too, right? So VGA, unsigned car star, or unsigned car VGA. I'll just do a pointer, right? VGA. Right, so then you would say VGA x times 640 plus, oh no, sorry, y times 640 plus x equals color. And that's how you paint a pixel. Yes, Reaper World. It is my blog. It is the first domain I ever registered. Because the idea was I was going to build a site that was all based on Reaper lore and everything like that. But that's where the Grim in my handle comes from, is as in the Grim Reaper. And the idea was that I was going to have a website that talked about Reaper lore, and then I just never did. But I'm a little slow on it. Oh, that site's 22 years old now. Yay. Never too late? Yep. Exactly. I mean, I still use it for email and everything, so like it's not going anywhere. So like that idea will probably never happen because I've got better shit to do. Yeah, well, I mean, I update it all the fucking time because there's a supporters list in it. Like I don't know what you don't understand. It's my social media. Here's the links to all my social media. Here's a bio on me. Here's where you can find me and press stuff. Blah blah blah. And actually, I should probably add the internet con. Then here's all my supporters. This gets updated all the time. Like, just because I'm not doing what I initially intended to do with the site doesn't mean I'm not doing anything with the site. I don't know why people just assume, like, oh, you did nothing with it. Like, I literally just gave you a link to it. Why would I give you a link to it if there was nothing there? Come on, do better. Jesus. Alright, why the fuck isn't this damn thing happening? I think we used to do did we used to do warnings in the manager and then we got rid of them? But yeah, so anyways, this is why I'm like fuck Rust, right? Because I manually used to update VGA memory by hand. And I did it without crashing. Like, I don't need the borrow collector. The taxman can go away. I don't need him. No, I wanted to go back and look at that. We didn't do that yet. So I think it was in the manager. If we got an error on query, the key combo to press and then click the Reaper for the lower. Leonardo program style? What? I believe you mean the Praetorian program style? From the movie The Net? It's Praetorian, not Leonardo. Unless you're talking about something else, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is. There's manager. So when we query a plugin, no, we want to look at refresh. So refresh now just goes through. Yeah. So now G plugin source. Wait, what does this go? Okay, it just goes through the file source. Oh, we're creating a new one each time. Okay, whatever. That needs to change, but that's fine. Right, so I think that got lost in translation here. So when we used to get an error on query, we used to message them out. Yeah, see, we don't do that here. Right. We added to the list. Oh, right. Okay. Right. Wait, that's dumb. Okay. This idea doesn't make sense anymore. We used to keep a list of all the plugins, a list of all the errors, and then after we would get through, when we would finish scanning everything, we would then output the most recent list of errors. But that doesn't make sense anymore if we're going to have multiple file sources, because we don't know when or multiple sources of where plugins can be found, because we don't know where they exist, or we don't know when we're done, right? Because we could be the first source, we could be the last source. And the sources are going to keep getting scanned until they tell us to stop scanning them. So, this test is going to go away. Fucking hell. have to make. We can just revert Mason Dill too. Now, in before, all of the Rust people are like, "You don't use Git? What's this HG thing?" Yeah. We'll just do that. I don't know. Like a Rust person, maybe I should go into every streamer's stream that's not using Mercurial and go, "You should use Mercurial. It gets bad, okay? It's not safe. It'll allow you to force push. It doesn't let you safely edit commit history. It's just bad. You shouldn't use it." Because that's all true. It's all the same shit. Like, Mercurial has safe history rewriting. Git does not. I don't need to force push because we have these things called obsolescence markers. So, like, it'll figure it out. You don't have to force anything. It's fine. Version dependencies. This one will need to get updated. There's... What the fuck is this? Well, that's dumb. Alright. What? This gets called with the... What? Okay, well... We're gonna do that. Okay. Like, I don't know why we didn't delete that parameter before. But whatever. Instead, we marked it as unused and went from there. That's okay, I guess. And Togglebit, I may try to troll you with yelling at you for using Git soon. You should use Mercurial. It's more safer. It's more better. More gooder. You can't accidentally delete the remote with Mercurial. G plugin type manager. G plugin native loader new. Or not, you can't even force push. You can force push with it. There's a force. The thing is, you don't need to. I worked on any OpenBSD or Linux kernel open source features? No. My kernel experience is I once wrote a procfs driver to add a file in procfs. That's it. That's all I've ever done. Here. Do I not have it cloned? I thought I did. God damn it. We're getting crawled again. Oh, maybe that's not that. I thought outline. I mean, your sentence was done before the when. I know that's gonna make people not happy, but my experience with it way back when, and when I did the G plugin RS stuff. Yeah. All right. Apparently, I don't have this online anymore. Just in case. Oh no, let's see. Oh, where the fuck did I put my archive? Okay. Okay, we'll just do it this way. Here, wait. You want to see something else Mercurial can do that Git can't? Oh, not server. Why didn't that... Oh, I'm supposed to do it in the directory. My bad. You don't need a proxy for it. It just works. But here's my extent of kernel programming. Yep. ASCII Grim Reaper. Proc Grim Show. Yep. And then, oh, yeah, because you have to give it whether or not it's going forward or top down or bottom up or something. I don't remember. Right? Program open, blah, 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 yada, yada. Today's Linus, who'll probably kick her ass off. Better to focus on current. Okay. My Linux called Rustix. Yeah, I grabbed this from somewhere. I didn't draw it because I'm not good at ASCII. But that's the extent of my kernel experience. Can I read kernel code? Sure. Do I know what half of it means? Half, maybe. Oh, there's a flashbang. Actually, I probably shouldn't have done that fast. I'm sorry if anybody has epilepsy. But that flashbang bullshit comment is little whiny bitches. How can you avoid the vimdiff is used as merge tool when resolving merge conflicts? So similar to what Togglebit said, even though he's being trolly. Under UI, merge, and I use internal file merge. But you can see in the past I've used kdiff3 and meld. Yep. I should do that. Every time somebody says flashbang, I'm just going to purposely sit on white screens. It's the never-ending flashbang. My pronouns, he, him. We're going to wait till the ad starts. Keep it bright till the ad starts. How does what work for sending email patches? Mercurial? There's all the same email commands. I can't show you until the ad actually starts, and I can get rid of the flashbang. Because we're going for the never-ending flashbang. Mercurial. Send email patch. Oh no, it's still dark. There, now we're back to white. Sending patches, emailing patches. Like you don't even need to use. Oh, maybe you do need to turn on the patch bomb extension, but it's in the main distribution. Interviewed for NVIDIA for hardware acceleration role and was hired during a small talk. I told him if you're going to use Rust for hardware acceleration, you're out. Yeah. Yeah, there's that. And yep. Like if you're using Mercurial on Source HUD, you have to use this. So yeah, but it's there. It exists. It's a thing. Good, the ads are going. I can get rid of that now. All right. Oh my god, I lost track of what I was doing because I'm supposed to be over here. Assert no error. G assert true. Ret. G clear object looter. I'm cleaning up my own memory. Are all you Rust people okay? Can you handle somebody explicitly clearing up memory? Are you sure? G assert finalize pointer manager, and we shouldn't need to initialize the main library. I don't know why that's there. Probably just old legacy bullshit. What was this? This was version dependencies. The wrong directory. Version dependencies. A bit culty? It's extremely culty. You know, the funniest part about it being culty is they've all kind of just let the creator go away, and nobody pays attention to the creator anymore. And even then, they didn't pay attention to his past work either. Because do you guys know what the Rust creator did before he wrote Rust? Like, if the Rust evangelist knew what the Rust creator did before and after working on Rust, I think they would lose their shit. Because they seem like the kind of people that would lose their shit. We're just gonna wikipedia.org, and we're gonna go say monotone software. Monotone software tracks file revision or tracks revision to files. Blah blah. It's a distributed version control tool. Mostly known because Linus Torvalds took a shit on it before he decided to go and work on Git. We used monotone for many years for Pidgin. You might recognize his name though. It didn't start on GitHub, obviously, but the code's now on GitHub. But oh, who's that? Gradon? Who's that? What's that name? What? Huh? He has a page, doesn't he? No, I don't know his real name. But yep. So Gradon, yep. Gradon 4A. Right? So, yep. So, he's the Rust creator, right? I'm second guessing because I don't exactly remember. Wikipedia.org. Right, we're just going to pop those in here. Oops. I don't know how the fuck I got all that, but whatever. Nope. So, his name, designed by Gradon Ore, right? He works on Rust. Right. Now, there's nothing on his page directly. But if we go back to that GitHub page, github.com/ Gradon Ore. Oh, yeah, that doesn't work. Whatever. God damn it. Fuck you, GitHub. Seriously. All right. Oh, it's just Gradon. That's my bad, right? So if we go back to his page. Oh, hey. That's right. He now works at Apple and works on Swift. So The thing is, a lot of the people that are, oh, Rust is safer, it's the best thing, you have to use it, are also the ones that are like, you have to use Git because it's the best version control system, because it's the most popular, and blah, 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 blah. But, like, their Lord and Savior wrote a version control tool before Git, and he worked on it long after Git existed. And then he built Rust. And then he stopped working on Rust and now works on Swift. So it's just like, I don't get it. I don't know how you're so culty and just ignore all of this, but maybe that's just how it goes. I don't know. We need a Rust anti-armory to reduce the Rust typing community. Super senior kernel devs, they hate Rust. I mean, super senior kernel devs hate everything. Years ago, I went to a conference called Maintainerati Won't Fix Cabal, and one of the other people that was in my group was a kernel, or in one of the discussions I was in, let me back up. To register for the conference, because you have to be an open source maintainer or whatever, you had to fork a GitHub repository and put a pull request in to say you're going to RSVP, because they wanted to do it that way, whatever. The kernel developer didn't have a GitHub account or know how to do a pull request. Right? And that's fine, right? It's not a big deal, but it's just like, this is the world of, oh, GitHub is the home of open source. Yet 90% of like the open source that runs on your Linux distro isn't on GitHub. KDE isn't on GitHub, right? KDE Git repo. Because like all the freedesktop.org's not there, GStreamer's not there, GNOME's not there. All the GNU stuff is not on GitHub, but it's the home of open source. KDE also maintains a mirror of its mainline Git repository on GitHub. I don't understand why they waste their time with this mirror, right? It's just, oh, but then people can look at the code, but nothing fucking happens here. It's stupid, right? And then you get people that like try to open pull requests and stuff, and then you just have to tell them, no, we don't do that here. Like, what is the point of there being 62 forks of Kate on GitHub when you can't pull requests to it? Right? 4 closed pull requests. Oh, they did a lot of discussion here. This repository is a mirror of the KDE repository. For this reason, we can't accept contributions through GitHub. Please see blah, blah, blah. The repository is a mirror, blah, blah, blah. Why put more work on yourself for this? What benefit do you get here? And oh, look, there's no issues here either. Whether or not there's mirrors, like why bother with the mirrors? What is the point of the mirrors, right? Because all of these end up saying having a link to the real one, and you got to go here to do it. So like, why even put the mirror? Just put an empty fucking repo here, right? Like, what is the benefit of having the mirror here? Maybe as a backup, maybe? I know GitHub is familiar, but that's the problem. It's too familiar, right? It has created a monoculture, and so has Git. That's the problem. Fuck Dependabot. What a fucking waste of resources. And Dependabot wouldn't work on my repos anyways, because I'm not writing Node, Python, Ruby, Rust, or anything else that it can scan. GitHub exposes people to version. No, it doesn't. Met a lot of new devs who can't tell which parts of GitHub are Git and which are just GitHub concepts. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's a bigger problem. But GitHub doesn't introduce them to version control. They should be taught fucking version control in school, for crying out loud. I mean, running your own instance is fine, but the thing is, people give me shit all the time for not using Git, but they don't they can't grasp the concept that there's other tools out there and that it's okay to use them, right? There's this stupid monoculture cult idea that all developers have to be using the same thing all the time, and that, oh lordy, I can't learn anything new. but like a big part of that is Git is a piece of shit. Full stop. So let me specify that because people are idiots and they make this mistake all the time. But Git is a piece of shit. Both the command line utility and the protocol, or the wire protocol for it. It's a piece of shit. Now the problem is when I say Git is a piece of shit, there's this certain subset of users out there like, I don't know, it seems fine. I use it directly from JetBrains. Yeah, they give you a nice, pretty interface to use. That's user, whatever. It hides all the complexities of Git from you, right? Oh, well, I use Git Kraken. Same deal, right? It's all bullshit, right? When Git came out in 06, the command line utility was so fucking bad that there's a tool out there called Cogito. That's not it. Cogito Git. Right? Original Git passkey is a version control system layered on top of Git. It is historically the first Git front end, which appeared in April of... Okay, sorry. I said 06. It's 05. My bad. I'm a little off on the 19 years ago shit. Just days after Git itself. While Git was initially meant just as a low-level interface, Cogito started with the goal of becoming a user-friendly front end. At some point in here, I think it was 07 or so, as of April 2007, the project stall declared for sale because a lot of the functionality has already been taken over by Git, and the maintainer decided it would be better focused on improving Git core. Right? So if Git core was so much better and so good, I guess we didn't need TIG, we didn't need Gitless, we didn't need the other Git command line front ends I can't think of right now. Right? But like it's the Git interface has been complete and utter shit forever, since its entire existence. Like, people are like, oh, you just don't know how to use Git. You need to learn the ref log and blah, blah, blah. Look, I shouldn't have to understand the way you store fucking data in the tool to use your tool, right? Can you imagine if you had to learn how B-tree indexes worked in a database to create a primary key? Right? Like, you just want to say, yeah, auto increment primary key, auto increment this integer, right? And then, oh, look, it's fast. That's what you should be doing. But because it's Linus, everyone's just like, it's Linus. He everything he touches is amazing. And it's not that way. They can't see past that. It blows my fucking mind. It's insane. LLVM is maintained on GitHub. Great. Sure, whatever. Use a class you can personally create. It's not horribly user-friendly. I mean, how many times have you had to reclone your repo because, whoop, you typoed something? Recently did a computer science undergrad at a top university in Canada. It seems like most of the students only knew about GitHub. Yeah, because they don't teach anything else, right? How many programming languages did you learn? Probably 2, maybe 3, right? Like there's a certain amount of time, but the problem is people think that Git is like the inventor of version control as well. And it's just fucking not. I mean, and the younger generation's very GUI oriented. You're talking about, like, when I started learning to program, Visual Basic was a thing. And that was something they taught us. It's been around forever. GitHub was like Office. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's I mean, even before Microsoft bought GitHub, it was before Microsoft bought them, there was this. Work for Intel on LLVM project, we use your own Git, and same when we connect with Linux and Linux for kernel drivers, where you never are connected to put on GitHub. Yeah, I mean, like, it's not like, GitHub has its own separate things, issues, right? But the fact that Git is literally everywhere, and it's the only thing people think exists, is problematic, right? I did a whole video on this a long time ago. It's on my YouTube. But, like, what I was saying was, I did this video right after Microsoft bought GitHub. And I was like, maybe this is a good thing because GitHub is stagnated. And so is Git. Git hasn't done shit in years for new features. And it's just, everyone seems to be okay with it because they don't realize that there is a better world out there. Like, if you want new features and innovation in your version control tools, you should be using Mercurial. Full stop. This is why Meta or Facebook, I don't know who they did it under, created a version control tool called Sapling that is essentially a Mercurial front end on top of Git. And then Togglebit mentioned one to me the other day. I don't remember what it was. It's another thing where it's basically Mercurial on top of Git, because Git is literally everywhere. So we have to use its shitty wire protocol and its shitty on-disk format because it's literally everywhere. And if you don't have interoperation or interoperability with it, you're never going to get anybody to use your tool. I mean, P4 merge was pretty cool, but I've never actually used Perforce itself, just a merge tool. Get a whole convo in a stream about Mercurial and Perforce. Okay. But like there's all this bullshit too. We're like, so we're seeing it now with everybody rewriting stuff in Rust. But over the years, people or projects have moved from Mercurial to Git because that's where the mind share was. Did the Go programming language get more contributors because they moved to Git over Mercurial? I don't know. They never produced a postmortem. Did Python get more users by moving from Mercurial to Git? Again, no idea. They don't release a postmortem. Does anybody that's rewritten their project from C or whatever to Rust benefited from that? I don't know. They don't write a postmortem. Or if they do, they write a postmortem like Discord did for their notification system, which was heavily biased on Rust, because like they didn't do a comparison between doing similar technology, doing a similar approach in Go. So they're just like, yeah, our old Go thing, which is, you know, old and we haven't touched it, we rewrote it in Rust and now it's faster. Okay, that doesn't mean Rust is faster, right? It means your Go code was slow. That's what it means, right? Like you, in theory, you could have rewritten in C and it could have been faster, right? And you could have written it in Lua and it could have been faster if your Go code was really slow, right? But nobody provides that data, so people just read the headlines or read the bits of the story and don't go, huh? They didn't actually do a valid comparison here, but they said it's faster, so I'm going to go with that. Like, is it faster than the old version? Sure, I can't dispute that, but that doesn't mean the language is better or faster, right? Yeah, redesign the system for performance and wonder why it's faster, right? You have this old version that you learned a lot of lessons from, and then you wrote a new version of it and happened to pick a new programming language, but oh, it's the language. It's not the knowledge that was learned of where the bottlenecks were in the old code at all. Not at all. It's 100% the language. Whenever you rewrite tools and apps, they're always faster because you learn to figure out more. Exactly. So, Discord, Rust, notifications. Where is this? It was Discord, right? I think it was Discord. This. Oh, come on. Where is this? There's so much garbage in here. Well, maybe Google will get it faster. Why Discord is switching from Go to Rust? They've decided to switch everything because of. All right, so why Go did not meet our performance targets? They blame it on the garbage collector because they always do, right? I want an LRU. Billions of read states, one read state per user per channel, each read state, blah, blah, blah. So why 2-minute spikes? Oh, go on cache eviction something. Garbage collector. Anybody that's like, oh, I don't use Go, I don't like it because it has a garbage collector. Like, asshole. Do you know how much fucking Java there is in the enterprise world that's running banks and all sorts of shit? You know what Java has? A fucking garbage collector. I don't like, yeah, they got to work around it a little bit, but it's fine. And Go has a micro garbage collector that runs and does little pieces, a little bit at a time to not block your program. Like, they've actively built their garbage collector to not slow down your program. And these assholes are still like, yeah, it spikes our program all the time. It's a piece of shit language. Like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I know, DocPoc, I know. Yeah, Adokinen, is that how I'm supposed to say your name? People will blame anything else except take responsibility for their own fault, their own issues, right? It's ridiculous, but it's the way it is. Garbage collection Go is such a small over. Yeah, I know, but here you go. Here you go. They're switching from Go to Rust because of garbage collection. Rust is blazing fast and memory efficient with no runtime or garbage collector. Yep. It's all bullshit, man. It's all bullshit. But what do I know? I haven't built things at scale. Mem copy seems like a thing people look at. Yeah. So you use Git and assume that when it's painful, it might fall. It's your fault. But like the problem is Git's user interface is quite frankly garbage, right? And people like this shouldn't be as believable as it is. Git repair directory recklessly repairs logged local directories using remote caches while cherry picking fitting committees to wrench the given directories. That one's a little crazy, but yeah, so let's get a new one. Git link shows which master and commit graph last getted to the non-export. Okay, so this used to be handcrafted. I'm guessing this is now backed by an LLM because this is utter garbage now. Git illustrate file illustrates packed upstream files next to supplemental noted attributes. That sounds like a Git command. You recall correct? Discord's post about Rust were only about optimizing one. Yeah, I gave the link, chaotic track, and it was about their notification service. But the title of it says that they're going to switch everything, right? We just went over this. We just had it up here. Discord blog. Why Discord is switching from Go to Rust, right? So the post was about one service, but they're using it as justification to move everything to Rust. Imperative why language X is better than language Y. Headlines too. Yeah. Show how things are done with Mercurial. It's the same shit. So number one, there's no stage because the stage is horrible. You shouldn't be using the stage. The fact that the stage exists shows that people are doing too many things at once and they're going to make mistakes, right? When I see people doing git commit -i or git add -i, I'm just like, what the fuck are you doing? Because you are going to fuck that up and it's going to be a pain in the ass. But oh, it's fine. We'll push or we'll force push it and it'll be fine. But like, so in Mercurial, like every other fucking version control system out there in existence, aside from Git and Bitkeeper, once you add a file to version control, it automatically gets staged for you to commit something. Like that's just the way it works, right? Do I have anything staged? No, I have nothing that's actually modified yet, right? So here, right? There's status, right? And Mercurial, like every other fucking version control out there, aside from Git, gives you shortcuts. So you don't have to type HG status. Use git add -i. Yeah, great. So why are you mixing multiple pieces of work at the same time? Right? You can't fully test all of that, right? And there's no like build my code from the Git cache rather than what's on disk, right? So you can't properly test what you're committing. because of the stage and because you're using git add minus I or git commit minus I, right? You've created a micro commit that you can't test. You can test it as a whole with everything else that's in your build, but the stage hides that. Like, it says, oh, I'm going to put this much in a commit, but you can't test that commit, right? And generally speaking, the people that tend to use the interactive mode to do stuff like that are the same ones that'll be like, well, we rebase everything and we like to have a flat commit history because bisectability is important to us. Yeah, bisectability is important to you because you're fucking up your commits by doing it interactively. Like, it's so fucking stupid. Any different things than a mono repo? Yeah, well, why the fuck are you using a mono repo? We have a mono repo for Pidgin, and it's a giant fucking pain in my ass. But it makes it easier. No, your problem is distribution, not fucking version control. Stop fucking it up. Temporary commits is fine. Temporary commits is fine. Right? Just amend the commit and keep going. The problem is when you're all over the place and you're modifying shit all over the place. That's the problem, right? You shouldn't be using git add minus I if you're in a mono repo and you're modifying multiple parts of the same thing at once, right? So like in Pidgin, right? We have Finch, Pidgin, the protocols here now, and we have libpurple all in separate directories, right? If I want to commit just one of those directories, sorry, my phone is dying apparently. If I want to commit just one of those directories, I'm just going to HG check in Finch, right? That's all I got to do, right? By default, it's going to try to commit everything that's here, but Git doesn't do that anyways, right? You have to git commit minus A to do everything, or you can do git commit the directory name, just like I did here in Mercurial. But the fact that you have to use add to add a changed file to the commit is, it's the source of the problem, right? And like if you're using add minus I, and you're doing multiple things in the file at once, you're just not making good separate commits. Need to get rid of changes that'll affect test. I can stash them. Okay, just make sure you apply them and not pop them, because that's always a fun one. Is there an easy way to interleave commits from one history for multiple Git repos? For small projects, it's more convenient for you to just have one flat history. Why? Why does the history matter that much to you? Right? And I'm asking because I've had this discussion clearly many, many times with many, many people. And like, I don't know, like I look at the history a fair amount, I think, and they tend to look at the history constantly. And I can't understand why in the world they would need to. The only reason that kind of makes sense is people don't document their code, so they have to look at commit messages to understand why a change was made. The biggest pain point with Perfirst was you couldn't, as far as I could find, only stage parts of an edited file. Right, why are you doing that? Why are you making multiple different types of changes to the same file at once? Right? Like, you should be focused on one thing at a time because multitasking is hard. Here's a timeline of progress, your progress on a project. Sometimes you need to retrace this. Yeah, but why do you need a single history for that? That doesn't make sense, especially for repositories that are unrelated to each other. I have to look to figure out why when a change was made, usually by someone that's... Yeah, that's fine. But, like, that's not what... Sergeant Pepper, that's not what Chaotic Track was saying. Like, I'm not saying you shouldn't have to look at commit history. I'm saying you shouldn't have to look at it 30,000 times a day. I mean, maybe we do have different workflows, but, like, so... like, what... so if you go back to G-Plugin, right? So I've got a branch right now called... file source properties, which I was working on, and then I realized I had to go and do other stuff, right? I realized all the tests were broken. So I amended that commit, right? This isn't a real command, this is an alias. So I don't have to remember all the commands for it. Right? Right? So like I committed what I had, and then I created a new branch to work on the thing I wanted to do first. Right? Like I didn't do it all in the same directory. Like Git's a big thing, and the thing everybody was like, branches are cheap and easy, use them often. But yet people use git add minus I all the time because they don't create branches, right? And that's, yeah, it's, I don't, it's, and like, to be fair, right? There is an interactive mode here too, I believe, yep. Mercurial has an interactive mode too, because people like to do this instead of actually doing things cleanly. It's fine if you want to do that, but it's an anti-pattern, right? You're setting yourself up for failure because you're going to miss something in the interactive commit eventually, right? And can you fix it? Will it be fast? Sure, maybe, right? But you're like, it's so much easier just like, oh, I got to do this thing first. Commit, create new, get checkout minus B, do thing, blah. Go back to your other thing, make some work, get commit amend, right? It's fine, it's easy. But instead, people would rather go through the interactive tool because they're going to make multiple changes to the file at once that aren't testable until after they're committed. And that's where I don't understand the reasoning or the logic behind that. No, you don't have to change them. When you're switching what you're working on, you should be saving your work, right? You should be creating a version of that in your version control system. If you want to just throw revisions away, I guess that's why you use Git, because it's really good at that. But like, I was working on something, realized I need to work on something else. I saved what I had, I moved over to the other stuff. Could I have kept everything open? Sure, but all that does is create more work for me, right? Because now if I leave the stuff here and I start creating another branch with all the other changes there as well, now I have to go through and sort the stuff when they're completely, you know, separate. The one change is separate from the other one, right? I shouldn't be mixing them together, right? So why would I let the version control tool mix them together so that I can then use commit interactive or add interactive to then manually pull them apart later, right? I have a very clean spot where I can go, I'm going to go work on this thing. Let me save my work. It's in a commit over there. It's gone. It's out of my way. Now I'm going to go do this other thing. I'm going to commit this, make a pull request. We're fine. I'm going to go back over to here. I never have to do an interactive add or commit because I never intermingled them. Like, why would I intermingle them? All it does is create more work for you. Never use interactive mode. If I have to switch context, either stash. Yep. Stash. In Mercurial, they call it shelf. It's the same thing. Right. You can commit. You can mend your commits. You can do all of that. They're like, if your workflow works for you, that's fine, right? I don't care. If you like to use interactive mode, that's fine. It doesn't affect me at all. But you'll never convince me that intermingling different changes is not error prone, not creating more work for yourself than it needs to be, and not more confusing, but I guess it's more complex from intermingling it, right? That's the problem. You start intermingling changes, and then you have to separate them out later when you have a breaking point where you go, oh, I need to do this. Stash, commit, whatever, go do the other thing, and go back to where you were. Rebase this on top of that if you have to, whatever, it's fine. Like, I don't understand. C depends on B and B depends on A. Yeah, you create 3 commits. And you can't fully understand A until you've drafted out B, drafted out A, B, and C. That sounds like you need to do some more proof of concept or do more documentation. Right? Like, there's plenty of times where I'll start working on something and realize I have to go do something else. But even then, I commit it, I leave it on a branch, I go do the other thing, and then I come back, right? No, Sarsec, what he's saying is, or sorry, what they are saying, what Chaotic Track is saying, is that they will use git add minus I to then create the separate commits later. Right? And that's why I'm saying that's problematic, because depending on how your repository is set up and stuff like that, you can't actually test all this stuff at once, right? So, like, for example, again, going back to Pidgin, which is a mono repo, right? So libpurple here is a UI and protocol abstracted, which means it's not tied to Qt, GTK, and cursors or anything, right? But it has an interface that allows the user interface to be built on top of it and work that way. The protocol-wise means it doesn't include any protocols for connecting to IRC, Discord, Slack, whatever, right? But it provides interfaces that will make it all work. Now, obviously, when we build a protocol, we have to have pieces of that in libpurple, right? So what we do is we design it in libpurple, we build unit test it to make sure it's right. Now, when that's done, then we start working, or we have an idea of how the user interface is going to go, stuff like that, whatever, and how the protocol is going to work. And then we start building that. If that doesn't work, well, then we go and fix the problem, right? You don't have to get it right on the first try. Like, this is why version control exists. And we're all programmers. We're all wrong all the time. It doesn't matter, right? Like, I don't know why you're trying to create a pristine patch set. Like, it's okay. We make mistakes. It's fine. We user accounts, web pages for user accounts, and then implementation from... Yeah, right. Right. So, like, you have a dev tree, right? Like, this is one of the problems that people run into with stuff like continuous deployment, right? Like, continuous deployment is great, but, like, you would have a separate merge branch for this, right? Like, the solution to your problem is, in my view, right? Whatever works for you is fine. I don't care. What I would do is I would have a merge branch, right? So I would do the first part. I would merge it into that branch. Then I develop the next two off of that merge branch, right? Oh, hey, I ran into problems with this. Okay, let me build another commit that goes to here, right? Okay, now I can finish this one. Cool. Now I can finish this one. Cool. And then I'd merge all those over into the main production branch, right? And that's how you deal with the CI/CD problem. And then you're just good to go. And Mercurial's not necessarily going to make your life easier. That's the thing. Version control is like, there's not much more to it, right? Like, you've got committing, you've got pushing, you've got polling, you've got history. The power of Mercurial over Git is that you don't shoot yourself in the foot with Mercurial. It is very difficult to do that with Mercurial. That's what I'm saying. Not always something that should be in one mega. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You use merge branches, right? So for Pidgin 3, for 7 months, we had a merge branch called GTK4. Right? So we kept the main default branch, the main branch for Mercurial, as GTK3. But then we would work on some GTK4 stuff, we would merge it to this branch. When we had GTK4 working, we then merged it into the default branch, right? It's easy peasy. You can do the same thing in Git. It's not going to be any different. What's going to be different is that you don't have to deal with the stage, right? And the whole force pulling and force pushing thing isn't necessary anymore, right? But yeah, that's the force pushing and pulling is one of my biggest beefs with Git. Is they make, or I shouldn't say Git, because it's specifically GitHub that introduced it. The whole pull request thing in Git normalized dangerous operations in Git, and that's a problem, right? Like, your normal workflow shouldn't include something dangerous, right? And yeah, sure, this is why a lot of the development tools now, you do your merging in a website or something, and nobody actually has write access, or nobody has push access to the default repo, or the default branch, or the canonical repo, right, and stuff like that, right? But that's just band-aids over all the bullshit that people have learned over the years, and that's become problematic, right? Whereas in Mercurial, you get something like change set. I'm totally forgot the word now. Oh, change set evolution. There we go. And like, it just fixes all those problems because they're actually innovating on version control, right? Let's talk about clone branches, right? Clone bundles. Clone bundles and pull bundles are a thing in Mercurial. Git copied it, which is fine, not a big deal, right? Git has the ability to create bundles, right? So what happens? I need to get this into HTKeeper, but So what happens is when you clone a large repo, something like Pidgins, which has history that goes all the way back to the year 2000, right? That's going to be large clone. What you can do is you can create a bundle that you can download over normal channels like HTTPS, TLS, SSH, whatever, right? And it's not going to, it's going to be like a snapshot of the repository. So it doesn't have to check commit hashes constantly on every single revision, which is what happens when you do a clone or a pull, right? So what happens is you get this whole big thing as one big download. Right, let me back up. So when it's doing the hashing and checking everything and validating all that, it does it one commit at a time. Maybe a couple, right? But like the commits, they're a Merkle tree, right? So they've got to depend on each other. So you end up being slow because it doesn't matter how fast your network or your disk is, you still have to go through your processor as well to do the checksumming of the data, right? So by getting a bundle, you can download the entire thing at once, which makes the download faster, and then you're just worried about disk I/O, right? You don't have disk I/O blocking network I/O, which is then blocked by disk I/O, which is blocked by network I/O. You don't have to keep context switching because you just download the entire bundle and then you just blow through it on your disk I/O, right? Now, Bitbucket, before they even got rid of Mercurial, which was years ago now, they had HG bundle support for pull bundles and clone bundles. GitHub, even though this has been around forever, I don't know when it got added. It's been a couple years now. GitHub still does not support this. And this can speed up everybody's clones. It can make it easier for GitHub in general on their servers because they can just drop a bundle on an S3 server and update it daily and just push it in, and it'll the Git command line client will just pull it in and make it work, and it'll make things faster, but they don't do it. Why? You'd have to talk to them, right? But, you know, whatever. Git one, quote unquote. Remember, don't you remember when Internet Explorer 6 won? And that's why we all still use Internet Explorer 6 today, right? You all remember that, right? We're like, if you didn't run Internet Explorer 6, you couldn't even like configure a network switch via its web page because it only worked in IE6. So like IE6 won, right? And now if you want to contribute to any open source project, you have to use Git. Huh. It's almost like it's the same thing. It's almost like, you know, Git's copying IE6, or maybe Git is the IE6 of version control tools. Yeah. Definitely seems that way, right? But yeah. Everyone's just going to keep using Git because it's easy, and it's easy because it's popular, and it's popular because people listen to idiots. Which is ultimately what it came down to. And what I mean by that is back in 05 and 06, there were literally people that were going around going, well, if Git's good enough for the Linux kernel, I'm sure it'll be fine for my project. It's like, what kind of stupid fucking logic is this? Right? How many contributors do you have to your project? Oh, I don't know, about 5. Yeah, you know how many is the Linux kernel has? Thousands. Tens of thousands. How many lines code you got? Oh, about, I don't know, maybe 1 million? Linux kernel, 30 plus million. They're not even roughly comparable. But sure, yeah. Yeah, it's the same path thinking as I downloaded Google Chrome because you downloaded Google Chrome. Yeah. How's it going, Nino? Welcome. When people go, what browser do you use? I use both Firefox and Chrome. What web search do I use? Both Google and Bing, or well, technically Bing, but DuckDuckGo, right? It's like there's different tools for different jobs. There's no winner. Git is IE, yeah. You can't get this feeling that we're in the 1800s of programming, and in 100 to 200 years, we're still around. We'll look back in the 21st century as ancient time. Well, I mean, things have changed a lot in the 25 years. Well, I haven't been in open source 25 years. I've been in open source 22 years. Things have changed a lot in open source since then. And just in development in general, right? Like, nobody used to ever do continuous integration, right? Unit testing, and like unit testing is still something people don't want to do, but like at least we have things that will like automatically build our tools and tell us of errors and stuff like that. But there's so much that's built into GitHub now, and GitHub Actions have got to be one of the most fucking overcomplicated bullshit things I've ever seen. But they're free, so they're popular, even though Drone was free, and I don't know, understand how that didn't get popular. I think the drone limits were the problem, right? But then there was not AppFair. AppFair was similar too. What was the other one? The one with the yellow hard hat thing. Travis. Travis was around for a long time, but you know, the ones GitHub did their thing and built it in. Oh, look, now that's the new popular thing, right? And the problem is just GitHub is the problem. But everyone keeps using it because, of course, they do. Because it's easy, and it's real easy to, you know, not do anything. And like, I'm not saying people should or have to, but it's just, yeah. This didn't get called. Fucking great. That's dumb. That's real dumb. Fuck. Yep. Wait, what? We should add lazy in it. This regux shouldn't have been null. But yeah. So, anyways, if you get that idea of like how I feel about this shit, that's, you know, way more of the backstory. But then you get the Rust people on top that don't know any of this history, and they try to tell me that I'm doing shit wrong. It's funny. I don't know, right? All right, so if regex is null, we call lazy init. This shouldn't be null. I mean, if it's null, it should have gotten recalled. Oh, it's a different regex. We're looking at manager 1206. Dependency regex. How did the dependency regex come as null? There's still no, don't give me this shit about regular businesses, because you know what? That's the same fucking argument people used to give about enterprise products like fucking calendars and email and spreadsheets and word processing, right? It's all bullshit. You have no chance of getting the university you work at changing because you said they see something that's get as a gold standard, right? But that it's bullshit. Like, quite frankly, it is bullshit. Nothing more. All right, so this is going to be the problem. Yeah. Yep. We can fix this easily. And by not using a global. Yeah, I mean that's just the way things go, right? Everybody's blind. People don't want to change, right? And that's fine. I'm not trying to blame them, right? Changing shit is hard, right? It's when people are like, when people are demanding change, when the change is the wrong change is the problem, right? And sometimes, you know, you don't realize it's a wrong change either, but it's you know, it's the way shit goes. We all make mistakes. We all make changes. Right? It doesn't need to be difficult. The problem is when people start identifying with the things they built as, like, the only real way these things work and blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, what are you doing? Right? It's like when people... I've got to when people start self-identifying with their code, right? That becomes problematic because then you can't. It becomes hard to teach them how to do things better because they're like, "Well, I did the best I could." Like, yeah, it's fine. Like, no one's faulting you, right? This blog post I talk about that a ton, right? And like, people. We're working and cleaning up code I wrote 10 years ago or, somewhere in that range, right? Who cares? How much code have you seen me throw away tonight already, right? It's like, oh, I did a bunch of work. It's like, fuck, that was wrong. Get rid of it, right? It doesn't matter. It shouldn't be affecting your self-esteem. And I know when you're starting out, it's hard to do, but like, don't worry. It happens to everyone. You're going to write bad code. Like, it's going to happen because you don't know everything that you'll know tomorrow today, right? And knowing that stuff tomorrow is by writing bad code today and learning how to fix it. Blameless culture does not drive anything forward. It drives everything to a halt because nobody's accepting responsibility, which means nobody's fixing it. Or, no one's sharing how they fixed it, right? All it does is slow everything down. Yeah, people are risk avoidant and familiarity is easy. Yeah, that's what I said. Nobody wants to change. It's fine, right? Should just be that. Okay, now the test passes. Yay! So this stuff is kind of a little overboard, but it's okay, right? We're like, we could split out that manager thing. Is that all we did there? If that's all we did, I'll show you exactly what to do, right? So I made this commit to fix this problem that I ran into with something else, right? But this is completely separate from the stuff I'm working on, right? Yeah, that's cool, right? So hgstat, we're going to hgshelf .g plugin manager.c, right? So we just shelved that one file, right? So now it's no longer in my status. My branch, I'm on the default branch, hg branch. No default manager in tests. So check in. We shouldn't. Don't use the default manager in tests. Default manager keeps states between test runs, and that makes it difficult to write a test from a known state. Right, so that one's there, it's out of the way, it's fine, right? We're gonna go back to default, hg unshelf, right? It should be, oh, I spelled it wrong. Right, now we unshelf my changes. I don't have to use interactive mode because now all I have is this one change, hg branch, manager, dependency, regex. Right, and I can go through, I can run all my tests, everything will be fine. I don't have that other work over there that's not unknown. Yeah, dogpile mobbing is definitely a problem, right? The problem is people want to blame each other for shit, and that's a whole different issue. What are we failing? We failed dynamic type. Why did we fail dynamic type? This should not have affected that at all. So again, right, so we'll shelf this for a second. We're going to run the test again. There's no way this should have affected that, but we're validating. Okay, good. Well, not two tests. What the fuck is going on? No, a whole bunch of shit failed. Alright, hold on. Right? This is why you want to test and not use interactive. Oh fuck, it's 2:40. I gotta end this up soon. All right. Dynamic type failed. I don't understand. Okay. Why did this fail? Like, the other stuff were failing before this. Nice on test minus E. Dynamic type. Oh, hold on. That should have mattered, but let's just do that to make sure. Go from a clean build. Yeah, so if I had interactively committed that, I wouldn't have seen that this test has failed. Because I couldn't have tested just this change. So right now I'm doing part-time contracting work, mostly doing ops for my full-time job. But yes, I am a senior software engineer, but I've been trying to do part-time contracting so I can spend more time working on Pidgin. But a lot of the jobs I'll take are also to do ops stuff, because that way I don't get burned out on programming, so I can keep working on Pidgin. Although I do end up having to do a fair amount of ops stuff for Pidgin too. So is what it is, but it's all right. Dynamic test. Dynamic type, not test. Mostly afternoon, but I'm in U.S. Central, so I'm up real late. It's 20 to 3 in the morning. Whatever. It's 2:40 in the morning here right now. Oh, we're getting the... Yeah, okay. That's okay. This is not ideal, but that's okay that that's there. I should have looked at that closer. We need to figure out why that's happening, but that's... doesn't matter. It's not part of this at all. Here's your check-in. Move the dependency regex instance to the manager instance. We used to do this as a global to save a tiny amount of memory, but this is problematic when you don't call gplugin manager init, which is private. This isn't. I ran across this as I'm porting the unit test to stop using the default manager and instead create an instance to help their reproducibility. See how I balance my open source job? Yeah. So in 2019, I quit my job to work on open source full time because I had a bunch of money in savings. I managed to keep that going until 2022 when I had to pick up some contract works. And then I've just been contracting mostly part-time since then. Like sometimes, I work, well, I don't think I've worked, I don't know the last time I worked 40 hours a week for a company. Or even 30. 85? Is that what it was? Yeah. Rusty Dan ran the turtles. But we're getting that dispose. Was getting that dispose G warning that we really need to figure. Yep. And then here's my diff, right? Yep. Publish. There we go. There's Pokemon. Burnouts rough. Get it if I only do one type of thing for too long too. I mean, it's not even necessarily burnout for me. It's just right. So like even with my current client, right, I end up writing a fair amount of Python, but it's not. It's just it's different, right? like when I come to work on Pidgin stuff, I'm working on Pidgin stuff, right? Where like previously I did contracts for Beeper Incorporated. They make a multi-user chat client too, right? That's really hard to work on both at the same time because you're working on chat and you've got all that stuff in there, and it's really hard to keep them separate in your head, right? So that's just like I don't want to do that again, right? It's like the how's the phrase go? You know, no, yep, ads. It'll happen. Just take a look at. Ads 30 seconds. Right. Stat. Oh, I'll wait till this so the ads are over too. Just to show how I do that part. Alright, your ads are done for you? Okay, it's still showing 15 seconds for me. So I forgot what it's. Oh, I was saying one of my clients last year was Beeper Incorporated, and they rate a multi-user chat client as well. Theirs is all based on Matrix and stuff like that, but you know it gets hard to keep everything straight and what you're working on here versus there and stuff like that, right? And that becomes problematic. So it's like I'd rather just do things, write something, for, you know, to get paid that's completely different than what I do for fun, and it makes it, you know, it keeps a good separator between them. But then I was gonna say, what's the old adage? Find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life, and that's just bullshit, right? Find a hobby you love, and you'll be able to tolerate the shitty job you end up with. But it's fine. But yeah. So anyways, so we created the pull request. We got the pull request with just that part, right? So now what we're gonna do, if we look at the log, right? I'm in the wrong tree. We look at the log, right? So now I've got. Oh shit! I fucked it up. All right, I gotta rebranch this, but it's fine, right? It's funny because I actually have to swap the order of these two. But it's okay, right? So we're gonna HG rebase minus S. We just have to take the source revision. That's this guy, and we're gonna put the destination on default, and we're gonna keep our branches, right? So now my tree looks like that, right? But the thing is, the unit tests fail until I have this one, right? So I'm gonna take this one, rebase. The source commit is that one. The destination is this one. And then we're going to keep our branches again. And now, whoop, they're flip-flop, right? Easy peasy. Get what on a fortune cookie? The, what did I say? Oh yeah, you should get a hobby that you enjoy and you'll be able to tolerate the shitty job. Yeah. My context memory goes out pretty quick because I'm still keeping track of what I'm doing on the programming as I'm talking. So it becomes problematic. All right, but now, right? So we've done all that. That's all good, right? So now we can run our build. I should have just done turtles right away, but it's fine. No, now everything magically passed. It's a weird timing issue. All right, so let's go back to our find results here. That's not what we want. We want get default. I thought I did auto load already. I'm not on the right commit. I'm on manage dependency regx. That's supposed to say manager, whatever. Who cares? It's a branch name that's not going to go anywhere. We need to update to no default manager and tests. Nina J. Alright. Why is this magically failing now? This is weird. It's got to be some weird memory situation. But no, it just passed without it. Definitely reproducible now. Oh, but no, that explains why I saw it, because I was branched weird. The issue was appearing because I was this commit was based on the commit that is supposed to depend on this. Right, so there's something in this code that's broken that's causing that. Right, and that's why we saw it again, because when we shelved the changes, we were still on the wrong branch. So it's fine. We just need to adjust. Right, again, we all make mistakes. You see me make them constantly. It's fine. Not a problem. You only get better by making mistakes and learning from them. Right? Don't learn from them, you're gonna have a bad time. Just ID collision. Alright, G plugin loader, star loader equals no. Okay, we got native already. Then we need G error, star error equals no. G boolean red equals false. Manager equals G object. New G plugin. Type manager. Loader G plugin. Native manager or native loader. New G red equals G plugin manager. Register loader manager loader error. G assert no error. Again, always check your errors before a boolean return on a function, because if it erred and returns false, you are not going to see the error. And that is annoying and problematic, and then you have to go clean it up later. If you're wondering why I say it every time, it's because it's also to remind myself every single time. Yep, that's fine. G assert clear pointer clear object. No, finalize object. ID collision. Or was it ID? What's the file name? Yeah, ID collision. Mason test minus V ID collision. Fast wrapper avail grind wrapper. Some mistakes can be learned from others. Some can only be learned through practice. Yes, very true. Oh, we lost 48 bytes. What did we lose? So part of this too. What? Did I not actually clear that right? Whoops. I did not free it. Okay. Alright, we're going to amend what I have. We're just going to get out of the way. I could shelf it, but whatever. An amend is better because then it's not sitting in a shelf or a stash that you have to go find later. It's on the commit I'm already have as a work in progress, right? We're going to go back to that other branch, HU branches, HG up, manage, dependency regex. Come back over here. G clear pointer manager dependency regex comma G regex free, I think it is. I have to double check. Nope, it's gonna be unref. Yeah. Ninja. Mason test minus VID collision dash dash wrapper right. So now we're gonna not see it, right? 0 bytes. Just to verify. Comment that out real quick. Oh, right. this doesn't call that anymore. Yeah, that test doesn't call it. Right, because it's using the default. No, that should work. Why the fuck isn't that being there? This doesn't make sense to me. It might not have. Hold on. Ah. The test wasn't out of date, so the test is missing a dependency. No, the test has to have a dependency on Gplugin. Doesn't make sense. No, we're still not missing. What the fuck? This doesn't make sense. Why is my phone going all over the place? I love when the notifications don't make sense. Oh, okay, okay. Discord notification. This should definitely leak. I don't understand why it's not. Alright, well, either way, this needs to be there. Alright, we amend our commit, we save it. Oh. Yeah, we offered to change that, that's fine. RBT post minus R. 2985. Almost 6 hours. All right. Free. To free to unwrap. Regex. Yep, cool. Let's look at the whole diff though. Yeah, I don't know why we're not. I don't know. I don't know why it's not saying it's leaking. Or, yeah, why it's saying it's not leaking when it definitely, clearly is, but whatever. Alright, so now again, we need to hd rebase minus s the no default manager and tests. We need to put this onto manage dependency regex, keep branches. And now our tree looks fine. Yep. Unsolicited invocation G object run dispose. Yep, that's annoying. It's there, but it's fine. ID collision, Valgrind wrapper. Now 0 bytes lost. Yay. Okay. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Is that what's happening here? No, but that can go away. Yeah. I wonder how many more of those are around that we can get rid of. Do we need standard lib? Why the fuck do we have standard lib in here? Don't need standard lib. Why do we have the native loader tests in here? That shouldn't be in here. Bunch of random shit in here. Okay, there's ID collision, test loader registration. I don't know. Why do we need private for this? This is loader registration. I didn't even need it. Okay. Oh, good. We already started doing that here. Awesome. We specifically do this because that doesn't do what you think it does, and that then means you would have to do this, I think, to make it work. So we do this because this is much more self-explanatory. Oh, actually, I think the other one. I think this one you have to do it this way to make it work. And no, just do it this way. It's a little bit more typing. It's fine. All right. Oh, we shouldn't be seeing this. Manager equals G object new plugin type manager null loader. Yeah. Okay. We shouldn't need those at all now. Or that. We connect to that. We register the thing. We call unregister loader. We make sure they're both called. Oh, we do have the separate. Good. Yep. That's all fine. We can clear the loader, and then we should g-assert finalize object manager. And actually, we should be able to do this too. We'll clean up that one in a second. Oh, okay, we're getting warnings, but it's resolving it later. Okay, that's fine. Okie doke. Next. Oh, we don't need the native that I added as an include. G object new G plugin type manager. No. G assert clear or whatever. Loader G assert finalize manager. Well, that's wrong. Because we're calling the same function. It's okay because like C is okay with that, but that's well. We'll make it GUint just to make it like GUint makes more sense anyways. It's a counter, right? But this one's wrong, and then this one's also wrong. Like our numbers aren't getting high enough for the sign bits to matter, but it's still wrong. Okay, next. I don't know if we're gonna pull request this or not tonight because there's not dependency regex. There's a couple oddities we have to deal with yet. But test core we'll probably do separately. Find plugins. Yeah, look at that. Test native loader. Jesus, there's so many fucking tests. Like it's okay, but Jesus Christ. Unresolved symbol. Oh, we reverted that because we're just going to delete the test. We're going to do that separately, I guess. Which is fine. Test plugin manager paths are going to be separately. Option group. This is a problem. We need to solve the other part. But for now, we're going to... Yeah, this has to be done this way because of that. Yeah. Test newest version. Let's go get this one. You plug into my manager. No. Plugin manager, register, loader, manager, loader, error. Got the error. Assert, no, error. Error. G assert true. Ret. G clear. Object. Loader. Yep, that's fine. I think. Oh, it is, okay, it is transfer full. Okay. We're just leaking more memory in here than we should be. Yep. Oh, okay, no, we did actually clean these up. Yeah, that's fine. And then G assert, finalize, object, manager. Mason test minus V, newest version. Newest version. No leaks. You gotta figure that indirect though. Okay. Test native loader, I guess. No. Okay, this is clearly one of the earliest ones I wrote. Those are redundant. We don't really need them. Pretty self-explanatory. Broken depend plugin load. Find the dependent plugin to make sure it isn't loaded. This test is not complete? What the fuck is going on here? Like, there's a block of code missing here. Right. Find the dependent plugin and make sure it isn't loaded. Yeah, but like, we never found and loaded this plugin. Like, sure, it depends on this guy, but what? This test is all word. What's this? Test native loader. Oh, you know what? This has a weird name, doesn't it? Oh. Wait, what? Yeah. I don't know why this is different. Oh, I think that can go away now too. Right. Anyways, it's native load. We'll fix that later. Or we could do it all at once and then interactively commit shit and go from there. No, that doesn't exist. 42. Wrong file. That should work better. It's supposed to be register loader. My bad. What? I don't know how I got an unhandled syscall in this. That's fun. Native loader query 260. $48. We call the refresh. Oh, we never cleared our plugin. That's part of it, at least. Still got that syscall. I have no idea what that's about. Yeah. Oh, find the dependent plugin and make sure it is. Okay, no, this makes sense, right? So we look for this plugin. We made sure we got it. We grab its state. We make sure it's not loaded. Now we attempt to load it, but it's supposed to fail. This is a problem, though. Okay, yeah. See, this is the thing I'm talking about, right? We started on false, so if there was an error, if the error didn't, or if there was no error, whatever. In this case, it's probably fine, but you should be doing it this way. Just for consistency, right? We want to make sure that it failed, but we're more concerned about the error message than this, right? Because the error message is going to tell us that, you know, we actually set an error and all that stuff. Right, and then we can clear the error. Clear error. That's the modern way to do things. Okay. Yeah, I really want to know what that IO control is, but all right. This is mostly set up okay, but we got to do this whole song and dance again. Manager, G object new. Loader, G plugin native. Oh. G plugin manager, register, manager, loader, error, reassert, no error, error, reassert, true, ret, G clear object, loader. Okay, append the path, refresh, find the query error plugin, make sure we didn't find it, but oh yeah, and then we're looking for expected error. Assert finalize object manager. Well, I don't know why the test was slow. Oh, because it's Valgrind. That's fine. Okay. Yep. Oh, but you know what? We're not. I don't know why this shit doesn't catch this anymore. What if I comment this out? Are we gonna see the message? Okay, we are seeing the message. No, we're not. That's the wrong thing. Yeah, like this shit just doesn't seem to work anymore. And I don't know why. It's really fucking annoying. G-test trap sub. Oh, do we have to do these maybe? Let's try that. We didn't use. When did this get added? Oh, no. This is the third parameter, right? The second parameter is time. Okay. But like, now it's passed, but okay. Yeah, that's annoying. That's real annoying. Where in the world am I? I am in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And yes, it is 3 in the morning here. And yes, I need to go to bed soon. But we're just churning through these fixes, so yeah. In New Jersey, I was wondering why it's up, yeah. Because I am a vampire, or I'm just deaf and I'm always awake, you know, whatever. Although I did sleep 12 hours yesterday, because I have not slept much recently, which has been super. Oh, yeah, hold on. Wait, why the fuck? Hold on, what the hell is this? This is all sorts of messed up. G object new G plugin type manager. No loader equals G plugin. Native loader new ret equals G plugin manager. G plugin manager. Register loader manager loader error G clear object loader. Oh, this one. Stupid colon too. Okay. That's all good. Pen path. Yep. Make sure the plugins are all queried. Find plugins with state. Glist recall. Yep. That doesn't do what it says. That just gives us all the plugins that are queried. It doesn't tell us how many are there. Well. Oh, okay, we're calling G plugin manager for each. Wait, so do we have the manager in here? No. Okay, so we're going to pass it in as data. Yeah, this test is like not finished. Which is okay, but whoops. So manager equals data. Manager equals data. That'll fix that stuff. What is this? This is the Python plugins. Learn some more C's? No, I do not code for Pidgin for a living. I wish I could, but nobody will pay me to do it. So right now I've been doing part-time contracting and give myself more time to work on it. Oh, used Pidgin for several years. Thank you. Oh yeah, you're very welcome, Jay Holuska. Glad you enjoyed it. One day we will get Pidgin 3 out the door, and people will start using it again, and they will be happy. Alright, so we pass our unit test, but our unit tests are a little bonkers right now. We need to get rid of that. We're gonna leak memory right now, that's okay. Right, wrapper, val grind, wrapper. Yep, no worries. We're not leaking any memory. This is bullshit. I don't know. This thing is like, you're not leaking memory. And like, I need to G assert finalize object manager. Because like, G warning manager %p manager. Like, it's still here. It's still valid. Right? I still have a pointer. I can check its ref count and shit, but yep. Like, that's still fine. Wait, do we... Was it indirectly lost? No, okay, it's still 0. I don't know how it's not saying, or how it's saying that's not a leak, but whatever. So this should have an idea of how many plugins there are, and it doesn't. Because like, for all intents and purposes, this could be 0, right? Or like, we got a list of this. All right, hold on. Oh wait, no. Aha! I'm a dumbass. I've not even seen it. Okay, never mind. We are checking the length of the list. I am just overlooking it like a dummy. It's fine. Okay, cool. Desk core we're not touching yet. Option group we're not touching yet. Manager pass we're not touching yet. An unresolved symbol is going to die. Cool. Not sure how I created that, but okay. HG branch. actually check in dash dash amend. We're not done yet, but we need to look at what we got here. How many active developers are working on Pidgin? 2. So yeah, we have another contributor. So we have different tiers of developers, right? So we have lead developer, developers, and then crazy patch writers, and then random contributors, right? So what happens is somebody randomly contributes a bunch of times. We start recognizing them, getting to know them. We promote them to crazy patch writer. That process continues more. They become more aware of the code, how it works, blah, blah, blah. We gain more trust in them. We get to know them better, whatever, blah, blah, blah. They become developer, right? And then at some point, lead developer wants to leave or whatever. Somebody else steps up or somebody else gets assigned, whatever. So right now, there's me, the lead developer, one other developer, and a crazy patch writer. Which is also why things take very long to happen. Although we did just release 2.14.13. So that's cool. Yeah. Oh, and I do want to go through and update the license headers while we're here. Because this is going to be, you know, well, we did the one. We should undo that license header change. Oh no, we did it because I changed the dates. And we should change the date. Yeah, just promote 2 people that are gonna do work and understand our code base. One of the problems we have right now is I don't have this, do I? I do. So there's a post on there. There's a bunch of posts on there, but there's a Pidgin developer tiers, I think is the name of the one that explains the thing I just said. But the other one that's worth looking at right now is Scary Code Base, and that'll explain a lot of the reasons why we don't tend to have a lot of contributors, and when we do get them, they don't stick around. And that's been one of our big things we've been trying to focus on is making the code base not scary, so that we can get more contributors to stick around. Current state, it's really difficult to become a developer. Yeah. And we're in the middle of a bunch of transitions, and everything's intertwined, and it's a giant pain in the ass to deal with all of them. And I really need to focus on them more, but it's also just like, oh, there's 20 million other things I'd rather do. But like cleaning up the G plugin code, doing this stuff this way, this is stuff that should be done. Like, it doesn't need to be done right now, but there's a bunch of stuff we want to change in G plugin to make things easier in Pidgin. So yeah. But Ivanhoe, you saying that, what are the current things that are difficult for you to become a Pidgin developer? Like, if you would like to elaborate, I would love to hear it. Oh shit, we need to do that everywhere. Oh fuck, this one's real old. If G test sub no. This is I'm gonna stash this, but this is gonna go elsewhere. Yep. That's not quite right. Now for you, it's time. If Pidgin makes the day have 25 hours, I could spend one on Pidgin. The gist of it, right? Once a code base gets really big or convoluted, well, I mean, it's not even that, right? So Pidgin's not that big anymore. It's actually quite small in the grand scheme of things. The bigger issue is all the legacy, right? So Pidgin turned 25 years old last year, right? Our code base goes back to 1998. A lot has changed in those past 25 years, including things that are now in libraries that weren't, that we had to write our own versions of, which are weird and complex and really hard to debug and stuff like that. There's lots of stuff that's dealing with like file descriptors and stuff like that, which nobody wants to do anymore. Everyone wants to do stream-based stuff, and that's fine. We just have to convert all that, right? And it takes time to do that. Do you need more devs? Would you accept contributions from somebody with experience in other languages willing to learn C? I mean, we're always open to contributors, but like I can't mentor is a problem. Do I have that? Yeah, I do. All right, cool. Said you not being versed in glib GTK. Said things are still in flux or not finished, and it's difficult to find out where to begin. Yeah. That's okay. That's, you know, I'm sorry. We're trying, right? It's it's a thing, right? It's a real pain in the ass. Okay, bye. Silly cat. Trap assert failed. I don't think that's actually doing anything. Okay. I don't know why that's running forever. There's no reason this should run forever. Like, this should have just exited. Like, I don't know why it did nothing. Oh, because it's trying to do that, and that maybe, I don't know. What the fuck is going on? Yeah, no. I just you know, it's not like, I'm sorry to everybody, right? It's like, yeah, it's just we're in so deep right now that we have to continue going this way, and there's no other way around it, unfortunately, right? All right, I don't know why that fails that way. Or is it's waiting for an assertion to fail, I guess. Instead of assertion failed, we're going to do G test trap. I forget exactly what it is. Trap assert standard error. Yeah. Standard error. I meant to look at the parameters because I don't remember them. Trap assert standard error. Oh, and then we just put in the pattern. I could probably leave the spaces in. I don't really care. It's fine. Yep, false should be true. Okay, good. Yep. Oh, so we purposely make it not match now. Yep, and it couldn't match. This didn't match. Fail, fed. Good. Okay. All right, so that test needs to be cleaned up and go elsewhere. Issue shell Python 3 tests. What? Oh, I was trying to name it. Right, so we just have one shell for now. We're good to go. All right, that's it. I really need to get going. It's going on 4 in the morning. My cat, well, it's 3:30. Cats are going crazy. Well, not crazy, but they want attention. Good. Okay. So we're gonna get out of here. I should be back on Thursday. I will most likely not be on tomorrow. That would be very surprising if I am, but we'll see what happens. In the meantime, we're going to go raid Mr. Robotic Head. He's a friend of the stream. He works on a project management tool called Nearbeach, which is written in Python using Django, and he uses... I don't remember what he uses for the front end. I want to say it's Vue, but I don't remember. Yeah, you can go ask him. Oh, maybe it is Vue. I think it is. I don't know. Anyways, if you want to join the raid, if you don't want to join the raid, go ahead and hit cancel above chat. Otherwise, there's nothing you need to do. In the meantime, you can find links to all my social media right over here, including my Mastodon, which I do post on before I go live. And you can also join us on the official and unofficial Pidgin Discord as well. Also, don't forget to hit the follow button here and turn on notifications if you want to find out when I'm streaming that way. Otherwise, yeah. Thank you everybody for coming by tonight, and until next time, adios.